legendary Patchwerk Studios. Yeah, it's here. And I've been here a while. Long time. I remember when it first started. Me and Curtis, Razkaz, BJ, everybody was all hands on deck because we was trying to do something major and monumental. Something that can really stand the test of time and really bring people together. And I think that was the biggest thing with Patchwerk. Is there was a lot of work involved, but we came from the patch, and that's where the name comes from. A small neighborhood in Carson, California, is where we was family, we was brothers, and we wanted to do something, and this is what we did together. So it's a good thing that it's able to stand the test of time and live out to help everybody else. It's a good place for young people to start their careers off. There were so many superstars that came through here that weren't superstars when they came through here. So it was one of the things that we really enjoyed about being in this type of industry and this type of clientele in Atlanta is that everybody comes in here with big dreams and big ambitions. And that's what brought me to Atlanta. That's what brought Curtis to Atlanta. It was the dreams and ambitions of doing something that not only would be positive, but can, like I say, last a long time, And I think Patchwerk has done a great service to the city of Atlanta, letting guys really explore their talent and really shine. And there's so many just successful artists that just started out and sleeping on the couches, whether it's this studio on Hemp Hill or it's the original one on McMillan. There's just so many guys that just T.I. before he was even T.I., he came to the studio. Rico Blade, Outkast, Goody Mob, they all came through, and to this day they still like brothers. So it's one of the good things, a good community that was created in Atlanta with this music scene, and Patchwerk was a big part of it.
Hey, how you doing? My name is Curtis Daniel III. I'm from Carson, California, more specifically from the Cabbage Patch, from the Patch. I currently live in Acworth, Georgia. Graduated from Michigan State in 1995, and in the summer of July, Bob drove down there, proceeded to get arrested and picked me up and brought me to Atlanta to manage the studio. So I started out in 95 as the manager of the studio, and then I think in about, I don't even know the year, but me and Mike bought the studio from Bob, so my current position is co-owner of the studio. One of the things, or some of the things that I like about studio and Patchwerk is our culture. From the beginning, I always realized that the team takes on the personality of the head coach. And even though Bob was like the GM or the owner, I always looked at myself as the head coach, so I knew that the studio was going to take on my personality. And my personality is to care and to share information. From the beginning, I was blessed to realize that anybody can buy a SSL, anybody can put a pretty girl at the front desk, anybody can get custom vending machines like they all have done, anybody can get cookies and copy us. I always knew that the thing that made us special was our employees, and so I was always careful about who I brought in to work for us. I've realized, and I've always known, that I've been blessed to be a great judge of character because of my psychology background, because I've seen good people. I know what good people look like. So going through these videos, I hear a lot of people telling stories that, I hired them in 5 to 10 minutes. I always tell people, I may not know you, but I know your type. And goodness shows through. There's so much bad and evil in the world, but when you see good, you know it, or at least I do. And I consider myself a collector of good and talented people. So that's what I always tried to assemble over the years. Felt like, we can give you the technical skills, but being a good person is something that's innate. Another thing I'm proud of is the longevity, and that we're still here, and that we care about our clients, and that we share the information. And I think that we've had a positive impact on not only Atlanta, but the whole hip hop and urban music scene. A funny story. I'm gonna tell a story about Jeremy. And this kind of goes back to my attitude towards people. But one day, we always were doing a whole bunch of things, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 different things at once. That was my style. And one day we was doing something. I wanted somebody to do something in the room, Jeremy, while something else was going on. And he didn't agree with me. And I know he didn't agree with me because he left the phone on speaker. And man, he proceeded to talk so bad about me and say how dumb I was and why he didn't understand something. And when he stopped cussing me out, I intercom and told him to pick up the phone. And he was shocked that I heard all of that. But I'm an unemotional kind of guy, man, and I've been blessed to be able to put things in the box. And I always believe in giving people space to vent and be mad. And I realize that people get mad with me and people get upset with me and people don't like me all the time. And, my relationships with all you guys is kind of like I always say, you can define it. If we talk every day, we talk every day. If we don't talk, it's probably because you don't want to talk to me. If you don't speak, you know what I mean? But it was always about the work, and I believed in giving people their space to vent and be mad. You know what I mean? It is what it is. I used to be mad at some of you guys as well. But yeah, and my biggest thing is just to watch you guys graduate from out of here and go on into the world and be great. And realize that, some of the things that we were teaching and some of the things we held you accountable for were very valuable. The last thing I'll close with is, one of the things that I do enjoy the most is that we all get together. And when I see the younger people with the older people that used to work here that cross paths, that brings me joy. I expect you guys to treat everyone that worked here as part of your family, which is why I wanted to do this tribute so that you guys can see your DNA and what made the studio great and who the people are. And you guys should be able to network with one another, whether you work with each other or not. The common thing is that we family and we all worked at Patchwerk, and all the people that worked here are good people. So if any of these people on this page, you hear them doing something that you're interested in or you need help with, connect with them. This is your family, and y'all can see it by watching the testimonials. And I lied. Last thing I'll say that I do truly enjoy is when people come back. I'm not at the studio all the time. I'm up here usually Monday through Friday from 10 to 12. But I love when people just drop by that used to work here so we can catch up and talk. It's a different relationship now. When we were working here, we were co-workers, and I was kind of telling you what to do, and you were young and you was mad at me and you really didn't see or understand what I was saying. But now you guys have grown up. You've been out on your own. A lot of you guys have started your own business. And now you kind of understand how I was. I mean, it's cool for you guys to come back, man. And whether you left here mad, bad, or upset, we love you. This is your home. You are welcome here. You are welcome here. You have equity in the building. If you're throwing events, if you need a place for your kids' party, if you got to do anything, man, don't hesitate to call us. And I don't ever forget what you did for us, and you guys all contributed to our greatness. Much respect. Happy 25th anniversary to the studio. Thank you, Bob Whitfield. Thank you, Razkaz. And thank all of you guys for contributing to our success.
Hey, Mike Wilson, and I am the now co-owner of Patchwerk Recording Studios with Curtis. And 25 years is a long time. Man, didn't know we'd make it this long, but hey, you're gonna make it a long time if you do the right work. So just want to say, appreciate what it's taken for everybody to help us get to this point of 25 years. Patchwerk is more than it's not just a name, it's not just a location, it's not just a building, a studio, it's people. And it's everybody that's ever been involved with Patchwerk, past employees, current employees, interns, artists, managers, label people, everybody that's helped us become who we are as Patchwerk has helped us become, get this 25-year milestone. And I just want to say thank you to everybody. Me and Kurt, we really believe that it's the people that make the studio what it is. Patchwerk, it's a conglomeration of everybody that's put all their work, tireless effort into doing what it takes to get here, from the engineers to the office staff to the interns, everybody, front desk people, everybody that's been involved to get us to this point. It's been a long ride, it's been fun. It's been stressful. It's been all kinds of, it's what things are when you do a career. But I've enjoyed it. It's been interesting as an employee to an owner, so you kind of see two different sides of it. Me and Kurt both been here. Kurt's been here obviously since the beginning. I started about 2 years into it, so I've been here around 23 years, and it's been interesting helping build Patchwerk into what it is and being involved in all the different steps that got us to kind of where we are today. And there's a lot of memories. 23 years, you pick up a lot of memories, a lot of things that you've done, a lot of things you've seen, a lot of interesting sessions, interesting artists, interesting situations, some that probably should not be discussed. But there's a lot of things I think that do stick out a lot. Obviously I got all my Grammys working at Patchwerk. Several of those were big steps. Building the big room, I was involved in all of that when we moved from the small spot over there on at 995 down the street. When we moved to the new building, and being involved in building that studio and coming up with a lot of the ways that things were laid out and all that, that was a big part of what I've done over the years. I really enjoyed doing that, and it was a different step for me. And of course, engineering, all the different things I've engineered and mixed over the years. Like I said, moving through the Grammys, and then actually purchasing the studio. Those are some of the bigger milestones I think that I remember going through Patchwerk, and kind of through my career. Half my life has been at Patchwerk, so it's a lot of memories, and I really enjoyed it. I've enjoyed the people, and I want to thank again everybody that's ever worked through Patchwerk, been at Patchwerk. You guys have done great as employees here, and then moving on for the things you've done afterwards. And I know a lot of people have come through there, and they've moved on to be great in other areas of the music industry and just other areas in general. We have a lot of great engineers. We have people that have moved on to work at labels, people that have become managers. So it's quite a variety of what people have done that have stepped through Patchwerk, and I think it's kind of a commemoration for everybody. That's 25 years of what everybody has achieved in their time, working here and moving on. So I want to thank everybody. 25 years. I hope we keep pushing it on. We'll see how much more we can do. And everybody stay safe and keep it rocking. Patchwerk.
Top of the morning. My name is BJ Kurt, and I've been at Patchwerk since the very beginning, the very, very beginning. I'm talking about before 995 McMillan. I'm talking about the basement of Bob's house in Alpharetta at 690 America's Cup Cove. And then with the label in LA at 10021 Tabor Street, which is all the way back to 94. And I started it with Bob and Curtis. Curtis came down from Michigan, I think, at the end of 94, maybe 95. And yeah, 95, which is when we opened up at 995 McMillan Street. So, long time. My fondest memories of Patchwerk, I cannot discuss on this video or in public, only in private. So if you see me, ask me in person, but plenty of fond memories. I would say the thing I'm most proud of is the longevity. There's plenty of businesses that don't make it past 2-3 years, let alone 10-15 years. So to be 25 years old is an accomplishment and a testament to Curtis and of course Mike, and the foundation that was laid by the original folks who started it. And it was great timing, which just happened to be a coincidence that Bob got drafted to the Falcons, and we started when Atlanta was emerging as the music mecca that we all know today. And that's a major accomplishment. It's not too many folks in the music business that could say they've been in business for 25 years. You look at a lot of the labels, particularly on the hip hop side. 5 years, 10 years is a good run for the hip hop labels, that is. So 25 years is a major accomplishment, and I'm also proud of how many people have come through the doors of Patchwerk whose careers have been launched or have been majorly influenced by Patchwerk being the portal or the hub that it was. Folks meeting, producers meeting artists, managers, just countless names, which I'm sure many people have spoken upon, but to see all these folks and see those roots start at Patchwerk and to see where they become some of the biggest people in the game, some of the legendary records that were made, or some of the stories, behind the scenes things that happened at Patchwerk is what I would say I was most proud of. And hats off to the whole management team that's still there and in place. And Curtis, he still had the same principles guiding the studio through since '95 when we wrote the original operating manual and the marketing plan, and to see that stuff still in effect and still working. The principles of business and customer service, that should definitely, show a lot of people that at the end of the day, it all boils down to taking care of your customer. And as long as you are servicing a need, you will be around and in business for a long time. Here's to another 10, 20 years, if y'all want to do that. All right, peace.
Hey, yo, what's going on, Patchworks? My name is Razkaz. I'm from the city that the studio's made from. So the concept was niggas from the patch doing work, 1993. So those three niggas was Bob Whitfield, John Austin, Razkaz, and Curtis Daniel. And honestly, it was the vision of, trying to, you believing in me. That's how this story really comes together. And just fast forward, man, it's kind of crazy. Here we are in 2020. The contribution to black music, specifically Atlanta music, you guys did it, man. We had a dream, and along the way, things, whatever, we went through our journey, but it's amazing to be a part of that journey, to watch all the people that studios help, the beginnings of their careers as people have become multi-millionaires or multi-platinum producers. That's something that nobody can ever take from you guys, is the history, man, and the contribution that y'all did. And I just wanted to say, honestly, it's, I really appreciate being a part of that family, man. And, shit, this is some shit that should, till the wheels fall off, nigga. Forever. Keep that shit. Motown, my nigga. Like you guys are an institution in music. So congrats, Mike, everybody there, everybody that's worked there, everybody that will work there, Bertie Kirk, the Jason Statons, just every nigga that I ever met, period, man. Just congratulations, Patchwerk. Many more, man. It's 20 plus years, but like I said, it's a fucking institution. Keep it that way. Salute. One love.
This is Clay Evans, CEO of Rubicon Entertainment, Grand Hustle Management, from Cleveland, Ohio. I started with Patchwerk in 1995. Welcome to the Patch. My fondest memory about Patchwerk is the fact that I started Patchwerk from a security guard, doorman, A&R, brand ambassador to a collection agency. There's nobody in this city or across this country that owe $1 to Patchwerk, due to this collection. You don't respect nothing else, you will respect this hustle, you dig? And you go look at any CD in the music game in the past 25 years, you're gonna see that name Patchwerk on the back of any CD. We created the foundation, in this city, and it's been 25 years. Shout out once again to Bob, Curtis, BJ, Mike. We did it all. And I'm happy to say and be proud to say that I'm a part of this Patchwerk family, to the day we end. Peace.
Hi, my name is Jarvis Blackshear, and I'm from Atlanta, Georgia. I was the first engineer at Patchwerk Recording Studios, which opened in 1995. I was there for 3 years, and then I freelanced for the studio after that. What do I appreciate? Well, I appreciate that they chose a young man in his mid-20s to run a studio. That's pretty unprecedented, especially here in Atlanta. Funny story. Well, the weirdest thing, not necessarily funny, but it is weird. How we wound up with the Atari Concept 1. So we were looking for consoles to open up the studio, and I made my recommendations, of course, which were the SSL, Neve, and then because I've been working in rock and stuff, so I was like API or Trident ADB or something like that. So he was like, yeah, okay, I got it, we're going. So I'm submitting this to the supplier or whatever, that's what the owner told me. And he called me one day and said, come up to the studio, I got a surprise for you. So, of course, I'm excited. I'm like, well, what can you have? I said, he's gotta have a console, because that's what we were talking about. So so I'm coming up to the studio, and I see the console from the back, and I'm like super excited, because I just knew that this was like a old school Neve console. It's huge. I was like, oh, we about to kill it. And I walk around to the front, and I'm like, what is this? And he said, it's an Atari Concept 1. It's like, it's the new thing. It's this, that, and the other. And I'm like, but it's not a Neve, it's not a Trident, it's not a SSL. I was like, our clients aren't gonna know what it is either. So he's like, well, this is the console, figure it out. So with that, I was like, well, I know they won't trust us to mix anything, because they don't know the console, and engineers don't like the word console, so they don't know. So I knew that if we had a good sound, that we can make this work. And I learned that from when I was working at other studios. I used to claw clients by just having great vocal record quality, where when they went to other studios, the quality just didn't match. So what I did was I took that same outboard gear, the Drama 1960s, the CL2B, the Two-Tech CL2B, just using the Studio A827 to record to. And I put that together to make the ultimate tracking room. So I said, because if we track them, we'll always have work, because they'll always come back to us, because everyone's always tracking. You only mix a little bit at a time. So with that, the rest is history, because we were able to pull in organized noise, the phase, and we were recording Staple in 995. It wasn't until we moved to the new building on Hemp Hill that we started becoming more of a trusted mix facility, even though we did have some mixes that made it to the album, where when we did the rough mix, it was when they went to the other studios to mix it, they couldn't get the same sound. And that was really a credit to the Concept 1, because one of the things about it was the first digitally controlled analog console. So we were able to do things with it that you couldn't do with an SSL or a Neve.
What's good? This is Calfani, originally from Southeast DC and Oxon Hill, Maryland. Currently live in Atlanta, Georgia. Been a part of Patchwerks from 1995, almost day one, to 98 officially. Continued to work at Patchwerks off and on up until 2008. It's a very, very special place in my heart, very special place, I think, for Atlanta music scene and the music community as a whole. When I think about Patchwerks, I think about the vibe that we had as far as the employees that worked there, the family that worked there, as well as the vibe that people felt when they came into the building. I was fortunate enough to be there as wearing several hats: in-house producer, assistant engineer, intern, engineer, producer. I remember one situation, I guess probably over the span of 2 weeks, where I worked with living legends like Will Downing and Bobby Womack, and then flipped the script to work with are now legends, Outkast and Beyonce and Destiny's Child. And that was really a blessing for me. It really changed my trajectory as far as the music business. When I think about the family of Patchwerks, I think about folks like Bob and Curtis, BJ, Razkaz, Voodoo, Mean Green, of course Jarvis, Lee, Erica, Jay Jeter, Demaine. I mean, and the list goes on. I mean, we were a family. Curtis and Bob and BJ were the cogs that moved that thing forward and continually pushed us to give our best and to make Patchwerks, I think, one of the best studios, not only in this country, but in the world. God bless. Continue to be strong, 25 years strong, 25 more years at least. Peace.
My name is Jason Staten. I'm from Lansing, Michigan. I now live in Atlanta, Georgia. I moved here in 1995 with Curtis Daniel when they first opened Patchwerk Recordings, and Steve Hegwood and Mary Catherine Sneed had just started Hot 97.5, where I was a mixer and a music coordinator. Me and Curtis became friends at Michigan State University, where I met him and also became friends with Razkaz through him. Started playing drops and freestyles by Razkaz, and Raz decided to put a record out, or had the opportunity to put a record out, thanks to Bob Whitfield and BJ Care, and the label was Patchwerk. Shortly thereafter, when Curtis graduated, he moved to Atlanta to start Patchwerk. I came down with Curtis to help start Patchwerk and to work at Hot 97.5, which was at the time a brand new radio station. It's now Hot 107.9. Curtis was the studio, BJ was a record label, and there were a couple other artists on the label. But the goal was to get the hottest rap artists in Atlanta to record at Patchwerk. So we started generating flyers. We would go out every night, same way I would when I was doing street promotions. And we'd hand out flyers at all the parties and talk to all the artists. And the target was really Outkast. We spoke to them several times. I had met them when they had first started with Pierre from Arista Records in Detroit. And we had a conversation. They were recording at various other studios, and they were just getting ready to work on their second album. At that point, Bob hooked the entire Organized Noise family up with tickets to go check out the Falcons game, since he was a player on the Falcons, and that drew them to the studio. I think they liked the vibe of the studio. They liked Curtis's organization. They liked the people that were there. And although there were other artists that had been drawn in and started recording there, I think the turning point for Patchwerk, the kickoff, was getting Outkast to record that album and pieces of that album at Patchwerk. This was 1995. I left the station, and upon leaving the station, started doing more promotions. And about that time, BJ moved down, and Patchwerk's label started to function out of the original facility. That was on 955, or was it 995? 995. Let's see, Hemp Hill was Current Street. I can't even remember the cross street, but it was a block north of where Patchwerk is now. It used to be a Sony publishing office. It was a store. We actually met the family that lived there once, but I can still remember physically moving one of the consoles into that space and working with Jarvis, Calfani, Josh, and some of the other original engineers that were there. Patchwerk has always been a connecting point for people, and at that early stage, a lot of people would just come and hang out in the studio with various artists. I mean, we were there. UGKs would be there, Mean Green, Jazzy Faye, Outkast, of course, the whole Organized family, including Jim Crow and Pretty Ken and all the rest. It was an interesting time. It was a important place in the history of Atlanta. That was a different era in Atlanta. And I think Patchwerk was a huge cornerstone towards making Atlanta a respected and revered music scene. It already had LaFace Records. It already had Jermaine Dupri and So Def. The bass artists like Kizzy Rock, Smurf, Raheem the Dream, they were all here. Dallas Austin was already here. But Patchwerk brought an interesting type of professionalism and approach and an interesting business model to the city. I think that a lot of that has to do with Curtis's efforts. And sound-wise, they have always tried to top themselves and improve their sound quality. I think that's been paramount. So, happy anniversary, Patchwerk. It was definitely a thing, being part of that scene and working as an engineer there and helping to promote the studio and get it off the ground in its early stages. Without Patchwerks, I wouldn't be in Atlanta.
I am Lee Whitaker. I am from and currently live in Philadelphia, but I went to school in Atlanta at Clark Atlanta University. So in the summer of 1995, it was about to be the start of just before the start of my senior year. I was working in a sandwich shop on 10th Street, across the street from 995 McMillan. And I remember that Curtis had come in there one day, for lunch or whatever. Took his order, waited on him, got it together, whatever. He went on about his business. But he came back later on that day and he said, hey, listen, I run this studio, across the street, and I'm looking to hire somebody to do something, right? I don't remember exactly what he said. But, somebody working in the sandwich shop was like, yeah, working in a recording studio has got to be better than working in a sandwich shop, right? So I'll go on a tour, go over to the studio, go on a tour. I don't even think I had like a title or anything. Like, I don't even know what the position was for, but, I started working there not that long after that. And I did all the things, so I answered the phone and buzzed the door and cleaned the bathroom. And, there was a lot of late nights because, musicians don't record during the day. Well, and I had class during the day too. And so that meant a lot of mornings that I would go to class and not have gotten any sleep. But it was a lot of fun and it was exciting. So Bob and BJ and Curtis, like, here were these guys, these young black guys who had an idea about how to build, this little studio at the time into the powerhouse studio that it is today. And these guys weren't much older than me. And so it was exciting, right? It was a lot of work though. Like, it was a lot. I could tell a lot of stories about that studio, but you know what they say, what happens in the studio stays in the studio. But it was also like a lot of fun. And I think, in the time I worked there, we became a family. I mean, Bob and Curtis even threw my 21st birthday party at the studio, and like everybody in Atlanta came. So like, imagine me, this kid, away from home, about to graduate from college, got all these people to come to my birthday party. So it was a really good, fun time. And so here we are 25 years later, and I still keep in touch with Curtis, and Erica was there. Like, I mean, we're definitely like a family. So happy 25th anniversary, Patchwerk.
Peace. This is Voodoo from the Western Hemisphere, out of South Central LA. I guess we legendary already. I don't know. But, 20 some odd years ago, probably the best thing that ever happened to me was I ended up being signed to Patchwerk. I think I may have been the second artist on Patchwerk after Razcast. To this day, I still speak about it because everybody around that era that's still around still talks about it. They talk about the records that we did 20-something years ago like they were released last month, you know what I'm saying? So we knew at the time what we were doing, but we didn't have the forethought of thinking, oh, this is going to be hot in 25 years. We didn't know that, you know what I mean? We just making records, you know what I'm saying? These little kids, just talented, coming out of our pores, you know what I'm saying? We was doing it. It was me, Raz,
Bird, Mean Green, we were like the foundation of Western Hemisphere and the first, artists on Patchwerk. So I love them for that. I appreciate that. Curtis, Bob, BJ, we were a hell of a team, and I learned the things that I do now musically. I learned then. You know what I'm saying? At that time, that's when I learned the knowledge that I got now is what I learned back then, 20-something years ago, and I still use it today. I look at it now. I was responsible for the first singles off Patchwerk, and I didn't know that until I turned around. I was like, "Oh, hold up!" When you're working so hard, you're not really worried about a lot of things. You're just doing what you love to do, and you just go on to the next record. Lo and behold, with the first song I think that was recorded and with a Patchwerk label on it, if I'm not mistaken, was probably Won't Catch Me Running that Bird produced, and I produced the B-side, Remain Anonymous. They still talk about that song today. We were dropping bombs even back then. That's just what it is. And after that, we started working on Raz's record, Solo on Ice. And a lot of people I've talked to or heard throughout the years, and even this year, some folks on online that's got a big following, Red Pill, Blue Pill, all those cats, hip hop heads that, got a lot of their knowledge and, beginning of their knowledge from hip hop. They always talk about Solo on Ice and specifically Nature of the Threat that I produced, and was sitting there as Raz wrote the song, and as we, because we was all at one time real tight brothers, so we was in the same room doing all this stuff. But I produced Nature of the Threat. It was actually a song for my record that I had produced a year earlier, and he heard it. It was a 7-minute song. Nobody had ever done it, and it flipped. It completely changed sounds in the middle of the record to keep the listener there. And right now, it's basically a certified classic. Everybody love it, and I love the fact that people love that record because I love it to this day. And it taught a lot of cats. It sparked a lot of who we look at and appreciate as black conscious leaders in the hip hop community. They look at that record and say that's the stuff that Raz was talking about, sparked them to start their journey on learning black history and world history and African everything in the world. How it the way he flipped that record and flipped the lyrics, sparked everybody's knowledge on trying to understand what's going on in the world. And now, especially nowadays, you listen to it now, it's as 100% true as it was 20-some odd years ago as it is now. Then I went on to just do more songs on Solo on Ice, and did Mean Green Smoking Section, did his single, Fat Sacks. It just went on, and I did my record, Dark Regions. It was actually an EP, and in that studio, it was a hub of talent. And at the time, I didn't know who Lil Jon was. I heard of Usher, I knew who TLC was, I knew who Puff was, and Total, and all, and it's dozens and dozens of people. I didn't know at the time, I didn't know T.I., I didn't know Dungeon Family. I'm from LA, so I didn't know Atlanta artists, and they had already blown up out there in Atlanta and had some, across the country. They had a pretty good following at the time, but they were new. But I didn't know at the time, I'm in there playing pool with T.I. and didn't know it, that kind of stuff, and sharing drinks with Lil Jon, and they in the studio, and there's a kitchen in the studio, and there's a lounge and everything. There's a pool table. We out there having fun. I didn't even know, but now it's like, damn, I was sitting there amongst giants, and that's crazy because they have blown up classic artists, 100% certified dope now, You know what I'm saying? And back then, we just rubbing elbows with them, and it was just a bunch of talented brothers and sisters in one building, you know, creating. And Patchwerk did that. You know what I'm saying? They came out there and did the damn thing, because at the time, I think it was only a few studios in Atlanta. And I think it was Bobby Brown's Boss Town, and if I'm not mistaken, it was Babyface Studio out there in Dallas Austin Studio, and then it was us. So, you know, it was only 4 studios, and everybody out of LA and New York and wherever surrounding, they go to Atlanta, and we would be one of the choices. So that's why we were able to, you know, collaborate with a lot of people. Mean Green collaborated with, I don't know, God, Jazzy Faye on down to Pimp C. You know what I'm saying? He did his thing, and you know, we all look at that now, and we're still doing the same thing, still making music, and we're looking at it now. It's like, damn, that can probably never be repeated. That was an incredible frat we belonged to, you know, and I love them for it. And I'm talking about BJ, Bob, and Curtis, and everybody else that worked at Patchwerk at the time. That used to be our street team, and used to go out sniping stuff, and we would send stuff to different, send material out to different parts of the country, and they would be putting our flyers up, and you know, the traveling, the tours, all of that, man. It was just an incredible experience for me, and I know it helped all of us grow as artists, as men, you know, and I love them for that. I have a lot of stories, but I'll just keep it with 2. One of the things I remember, we were playing pool, watching TV, and all of a sudden we heard this big old bang, right? And it shook our building. Turned around, I was like, what the fuck was that? You know what I'm saying? Lo and behold, it was in '96 during the Olympics out there. That dude who did his bombing or whatever, that terrorist, domestic terrorist, it was that. And at the time, I can't remember all the people that are celebrities now that were in the studio with us, but we all kind of, you know, paused for a minute, didn't really go back to whatever, but we turned on the news and ended up, you know, that was one of the first, like, terrorist type things that had happened. And we was like, God damn, this really happened here in Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? I'll never forget that, because it's one of those things, you know where you were when such happened. I know exactly where I was at '96 bombing happened. I was playing pool with Usher. You know what I'm saying? In the studio, that kind of stuff. Then there's another thing that I loved. I used to sleep in the studio. I was making so much music, I didn't have time to go to the house. I would work endless hours. I'd sleep in the studio. I had a little futon up there, and I used to sleep with a Desert Eagle and Glock 40 under my pillow upstairs, just to, you know, safety wise, only because I didn't know what was gonna be popping. And the owners was like, Bob was like, here, take this, keep it. And I'm like, all right, I'm gonna do that, because I'm staying in the studio. I'm basically protecting $1 million equipment. You know what I mean? Like I said, there's so many stories, man. I ain't got enough time to listen to my stories, but I love y'all. I appreciate what y'all did. I appreciate y'all believing in us. Us meaning me, Mean Green, Raz, Michael Myers, you know, Shaheed, a couple of cats that we used to collaborate with. Cannabis, all of the list goes on and on, man.
Okay, Dale Rambo Ramsey here. Big ups Patchwerk 25 anniversary. Yeah, I'm from San Francisco Bay Area. I now live in Gwinnett County, a suburb of Atlanta. First came to Patchwerk May 3rd, 1998. I came to mix an album as a guest engineer at Patchwerk. I was supposed to mix at a studio called DARP, but I ended up coming to a studio called Patchwerk. I flew into town on Saturday, which was May 1st, and I came over to the studio May 3rd, which was a Monday. So I started mixing in the studio. Mike Wilson, which was the engineer at the time, and so he thought he was going to engineer that day. So I said, I'm actually the mix engineer. So he set up the room for me, because I never mixed on a Atari Concept 1. So he set up the room for me, and he said, well, I'll be out in the shop. If you need me, call me, or the lounge, whichever. So I mixed Monday and Tuesday, and on Wednesday, the third day, Curtis came into the room and said, "Yo, man, you got this room banging. I've never heard the room sound this good. Where you be?" I said, "Well, I live in Phoenix right now, Phoenix, Arizona." He said, "Phoenix?" I said, "Yeah." Well, yeah, I said, I be all around the world. I just got off tour with this group going around the world called NSYNC, and at that time, 1998 May, nobody ever heard of NSYNC, So he said, "Well, anyway, man," he said, "the offer stands, man. We need you here in Atlanta, man." I said, "Okay." So that ended up being my 5 to 10 minute interview to become a staff engineer at Patchwerk. So June 1st was my first official day working at Patchwerk, and my first major client was Raekwon and the Wu-Tang Clan. This was probably about July '98. I also that year I worked with Tip, which is T.I. now. Jason Jeter was the night manager at Patchwerk, and we worked together through the night. So he said, I'm about to graduate college, and I think I'm gonna try my hand at this management thing, artist management. I said, "Cool, yeah, that's good." So he brought Tip, and DJ took by, and we cut it up, listened to his cassette out in the car, and then we went over to the bar across the street, Mountain, whatever it was, and we chopped it up, and I became like a mentor, a big brother to him, and all that stuff. And then in '99, I met Pimp C of UGK, and I became his production manager for his tour and their records and all the records that he featured on and stuff like that. Got his studio together. I would move his studio between Atlanta and Houston, Baton Rouge, which brings me to what do I appreciate about Patchwerk. Curtis, my baby boy, my little brother. Curtis kept me working. Patchwerk was a one-room studio back in the day, 995 McMillan. One room with 3 engineers. And so when Josh had all the work as the mix engineer, because nobody knew who I was back then, even though I was like the senior staff guy, nobody knew my age or anything. I had already been in the game like 30 years working with everybody back in LA, the Temptations, Marvin Gaye, Stevie Wonder, Earth, Wind and Fire, who else? Diana Ross, Rick James, Lionel Richie, just everybody at Motown. I was signed with Motown, for like a year and a half, 2 years or something like that. Just working with everybody out there, And, helping everybody when, MIDI came along, and I would help everybody in their studios and stuff. So I built my first studio in 1980 in LA. And so I had a lot of knowledge, and started teaching in '95 in Phoenix, and so I just fell right into the Patchwerk family and just shared my knowledge with everybody that I came in contact with, And so Curtis was just great, sharing me with Noontime, Red Zone, and B-Lo, and all the other studios and stuff. So I would just do the same. I started building studios with a chick over at Atlanta Pro Audio, and we did Luda, we did T.I., we did Executive Studios, which who's over there now? T.I. owned it for a while. Now 2 Chainz got it. T.I., Greg Street, just everybody was buying their own studio, getting them built. So I became a consultant and building on the studios. And it's been around 2002, 2003, 2004. Everybody, Pastor Troy, everybody was getting studios and stuff. So I ended up being very instrumental in all that, and all those things. Technology made it easy for everybody to afford the new technology on a computer, Pro Tools or what have you, so didn't have to have $1 million to afford the SSL console and things like that, so it was a great time. And so big ups to Patchwerk hanging in there all these years, 25 and another 25 counting, going on 50. Boy, praise the Lord that you guys are hanging in there, And so, 1999, we did with Pimp C and UGK. We did, I think it was November. We did Big Pimp and Spin and Cheese. Man, Pimp did not want to do that song. And, he said, Bam, Ram, you the OG in the room. He said, what do you think I should do, man? Should I do the song or not? I said, well, I was being real political. I was like, kind of wanted him to do it. But, I said, we the Underground Kings and stuff. But, Jay-Z is pretty big in hip-hop now. I think we probably should do this record. Because Jay wanted him to do the previous album, which was like the Hard Not Like Life album. So he didn't want to do that one. So coming on this one, The Life and Time of Sean Carter. So we ended up doing Big Pimpin'. So he said, well, Ram, you hear Bun already on the track. So I ain't doing no hook and I ain't doing no 16 bars. I'm going to do a whole ass 8. So he took like 5-10 minutes. He wrote this down and he said, give me a track. He said, test 1, 2, 3. I got his level and stuff. He said, run that shit for me. I said, okay. So he ready? He said, holding down, holding up, got that lean up in my cut. All my cars got Lily in Woods, where I'm from, they call it book. And the rest is history. You go to a Jay-Z concert right now, Jay-Z don't even say nothing. He just holds up the mic and the crowd just sings Pimp C's verse. And it's been like that since day one. And, that's Jay-Z's biggest song to this day. And Pimp was happy he did it after all. God bless his soul, him and Mama. R.I.P. Mama and Pimp C. Big up to Patchwerk. 25, another 25 on its way. God bless you all. If there's 3 of me, 1 would still be at Patchwerk. But time moves on, I'm marching on as an artist and still that guy that goes around teaching and giving everybody, these jewels, as my boy Raekwon says, God bless everybody. Patchwerk 25. Peace. I'm out.
What's up, y'all? My name is Jason Jeter. Originally from New York, live in Atlanta, co-founder of Grand Hustle Records, founder of Heavy Sound Labs, founder/CEO. I used to work at Patchwerk. I guess must have been like 97, from like 97 to 99, something like that, I feel like. Maybe even 2000, I'm not sure. But at the end of the day, I did a little bit of everything. I interned, I answered the door, I took out the trash, I cleaned up in the studio, I cleaned up I cleaned up the bathroom. I used to hate that, cleaning up the bathroom. Things that I like about Patchwerk, I think is dope. I'm someone, for real, I didn't graduate from college, so to me, Patchwerk is like it's like college for me. You know what I'm saying? It's like a university. It's like an alumni. So it's dope to always, obviously, continue to support Patchwerk. Curtis, Bob. Shout outs to Bob, BJ, Mike. It's dope to see everybody in the studio, of course, evolving with the times. Even to sit here and talk to you guys like this way, to think back in 90, whatever that year that was, it was totally different, So I think that's the dopest part about Patchwerk, is just through these 25 years, you guys are always adjusting with the times and keeping abreast and not really getting phased out when a lot of businesses obviously could not survive. So, it just speaks volumes for the professionalism and for how dope, Patchwerk is. It's an institution. Patchwerk, happy 25th year anniversary.
My name is Laura Giles Thompson. I'm originally from Austin, Texas, and I moved to Atlanta after the Olympics ended in 1996. Got a job at Patchwerk the day that I moved here, and I worked for the record label and then also transitioned to work with the studio for almost a decade. I still live in Atlanta, and I consider the Patchwerk family to be my extended family. They're a very integral part of my life. In terms of my favorite Patchwerk memories, I would say that the '99 Super Bowl in Miami was probably at the very top. we essentially like moved Atlanta and the energy from Atlanta to Miami for the weekend, and I drove down with some of the Patchwerk team. We also had a bunch of artists that we worked with that were everywhere around South Beach and Miami. Bob obviously played in the game, and it was an incredible weekend from a concentrated fun standpoint, definitely at the top of my favorite memories. And I've got tons of other amazing memories of Patchwerk, and I really am grateful to Curtis and the Patchwerk family. Thank you very much.
Hey, Patchwerk family. My name is Dee Baker. I am originally from Miami, and I started working for Patchwerk about 97, 98 till about 2007. I was the promotional director, worked alongside Bob and BJ Kerr. One of the most fond memories of being at Patchwerk was knowing that we were the epicenter of music. We worked with everybody, and everybody came through Patchwerk. You know, from Noontime, from Dungeon Family, from Ludacris, Tip, you know, Pink, Jagged Edge, everybody who did music. Lil Jon came through Patchwerk. We had great customer service, we had great engineers, we had great staff. That was it. That was what made us fantastic. You know, we were phenomenal even then, and we're still phenomenal, right? So yeah, working with Bob and Curtis and everybody, and we remember going to House of Blues in LA with our group Red and Rich Eagle and Nikki Daniels from Brownstone, and just working with everybody that came through. You know, going to Aruba with the crew was fantastic. We had great times. I'm so glad that Patchwerk has reached its 25th anniversary. Congratulations, Curtis and crew. Congratulations to the new Patchwerk crew, and I hope to meet you guys soon. Peace out.
Hey everyone, it's Erica, aka Ika Mouse. I'm coming to you live and in person from Los Angeles, California. I'm originally from San Francisco, the Bay Area, for those of you who don't know. And I started at Patchwerk in 1995. I was there all the way through 2003. So I began as an intern, then I was a staff member, then I was an assistant manager, then I was like the night manager, then I was just kind of co-managing with Curtis, and then there was nowhere else for me to go. So I had to leave and change careers basically, and now I'm a producer. Anyway, so what I remember and love the most about Patchwerk and the impact that it's had on me is that it ingrained in me a hustle. You know, greatness, like respect, is earned, and I feel like Patchwerk has earned this level of greatness. Here we are 25 years later, and we've created and helped co-create all these awesome hit records from the amazing greats. You know, back in the 90s, like this was Outkast and Goody Mob and TLC and Tony Braxton, and you know, then as the years went on, we were at 995 building, then we moved over to, you know, 1094 Hemp Hill, and that was a whole undertaking in and of itself. But such an amazing experience. It literally is the soundtrack for my early life, I guess you could say, for that career. That Patchwerk was the soundtrack. We created all this awesome music. We created all these great entrepreneurs as well. You know, the thing about Curtis and Bob and BJ and Staten and all the greats, the Calfanis, the Jarvises, I mean, it was a family, and we all have gone on to do our own individual things, but I think that it ingrained in us this thing that we could do it, and that mediocrity was never a part of God's plan and never part of the plan of life. And so we have all gone on to do our things, and we've become great in our own areas, and you know, it was a fun time. You know, Patchwerk days for me instilled in me the importance of management and how to manage people, how to have conflict resolution skills, you know, bringing in people like Sonar and, Jason Jeter, who's also amazing now, not now, always has been, but doing great things, in our community. Kai Crawford, video director, doing his Thug Thizzle. And we all started at Patchwerk. It says a whole lot about a company when you can generate, amazing people that go on to still fly and spread their wings. The stories that I remember, there's so many, it's hard to even narrow them down to a couple, but I think that what I remember most is just, again, the hustle. I mean, even when I was at Patchwerk, Kurt was not a fan of giving raises and stuff, so I had to go on and work at other studios, that were on the come up as well, like D-Lo with Rashida and Kirk and those guys. I also was interning at LaFace Records while I was in school full-time at Clark Atlanta University, getting, practically straight A's. I mean, I was grinding it out. I also actually was nanny to Callie when she was first born, just to make some extra money on the side. Sheree had Callie and Bob was like, you need some extra money, come be a nanny. I'm like, okay, I'll do that in the 3 spare hours that I have. So I did that for a little bit when she was first born. So, again, I think it just really made me know that I could accomplish anything if I really put not just my mind, but my work into it, my work ethic. And I talked about this in my longer interview, is that my work ethic I learned, a lot from my dad, but I think at Patchwerk, it helped me put that into action and to really strive to just be great and excellent, Black excellence. That's where all of that began for me. So I salute Patchwerk. It is home. It is where it all started. And I love all of you from the beginning, Lee and Kurt and Bob and BJ and Staten and Laura, we had Jason, the Jeter, and Kai and Sonar, and it was a really tight-knit family, and I haven't seen many of you in many, many years, but all love, all respect, and happy anniversary, Patchwerk. Mwah, 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 mwah.
Hired me as front desk coordinator at Patchwerk Studios. I mean, there's so many memories I have from working there. I just remember watching so many young hopefuls come through there, hungry, inspired, dedicated, committed, and have moved on to become successful hit makers, celebrities, well-known execs, producers, running major record labels. And for me, I was just so inspired just to be there from the beginning, and now years later to see so many successful artists and franchise and label heads and well-known engineers and producers and songwriters, and the list goes on. And it all started right there at Patchwerk Studios. Kurt and Mike, I am so proud that you all carried the torch. You created, you took the vision all the way out, from the beginning to the small house down the street to moving on to have, some of the top rooms of the biggest hits that are made in our industry and for the community, for the culture. I commend you all. I am proud of you all, and I'm super proud to be connected, to witness and be a part of the history that was made in that building. I remember a funny story. It wasn't funny when it took place, but a client sent a package to the studio, and I believe it was UPS or FedEx, one of the two. They came and posed as mail carriers. It was the feds. They delivered the package. Long story short, 2 minutes, busted the window, the front window of the studio, and came in. Me and Kurt, we took off to the back. We thought we were being robbed, but we was all tied up, handcuffed, questioned. But after it was all over, and things smoothed out and everything was explained, Kurt, I will never forget the disappointment that I saw in your face and your demeanor, because I know that is not what you represented. I know that's not what you wanted to be labeled as, and you and Bob were trying to create something positive for our community, for our people, and you did not want to be labeled or connected to that in any way. And I just will always remember you being a great leader, a great friend, a great mentor. You allowed us to explore, connect. There were so many resources, and the sky was the limit there. And 25 years later, it's a true example of so many people, so many hungry artists that were just getting started in the game, and get off late night work, get off shifts, being out and come in and commit. You all created an atmosphere of inspiration. It was all positivity, it was all good energy, and it was all love. And those seeds have been planted in me. I'm glad even when people see me and they recognize me, they remember me from Patchwerk and being a part of that place in some way, and it is an honor. I am proud. I'm proud to see you all have just carried the movement out, and I hope that you all have continued success and prosperity, and you stay blessed. And if you ever need a good, great, knowledgeable, dedicated real estate agent, holla at your girl. God bless. Love y'all.
Hello everyone, my name is Kai Crawford. I'm from Brooklyn, New York. Currently live in Brooklyn, and I worked at Patchwerk from 1997 to 2000. What I appreciate most about Patchwerk is the fact that it comes off more like a university than it does a music studio, and which is the main reason why I call it Patchwerk University. I call it a university because basically you're given tools, especially if it's your first time in the music industry, you're given tools and you don't really realize how much you use those tools until you get into the career of your dreams or the job of your dreams. And for me, I just remember Bob having meetings with the whole crew, and his whole thing was based on prioritizing. I remember that was the first time I ever heard the word prioritize, and the importance of what it means to prioritize just your day, your goals, things you want to do in life, and just have a set game plan in place for your future. So that's one thing that I appreciate about it. And like I said, Patchwerk University, as I call it, is more like a university or institution where you get all of these tools in the music industry and you apply it later on when you're out there doing your own thing. One thing, a funny story, I'll just tell, there's a few funny stories, but I'll tell the first one that stands out the most. When Curtis interviewed me for the job, and I had no idea that I was being interviewed. And the way he went about doing it was, in 1997, let's say from January 1997 to March of 1997, I used to come in the studio all the time with Little John because I was Little John's intern. And I never really interacted with the staff at Patchwerk. You come in, you go in the studio room. Back then, it was at the boarding house, or the studio that looked like a frat house. But you go in, you walk straight to the studio, and as an artist, as a producer, as whatever, you do your job. And that's what Little John was doing, because I was his intern at So Def. So I want to say like 3 months went by. Let's say March 1997 comes along, and out of the blue, I seen Curtis a lot, but I never knew what he did. I never knew he was the owner of the studio. I never knew nothing about what he did on a day-to-day basis at Patchwerk. All I knew is that I saw him there. He was always in his office. He never came out. He was always by his computer, so it really wasn't much that I knew about him. But he came up to me one day, and he was like, "Hey, man, what do you do?" And I said, oh, I'm Little John's assistant. You know, I just make sure that Little John is taking care of his phone calls. If he needs some food or whatever, I order it for him. He said, okay, cool. He was like, you go to school out here? I said, yeah, I go to school over at Clark Atlanta University. I'm a junior. And he was like, where you from? I said, I'm from New York. He said, cool. And then he said, I need someone to watch my studio from the hours of 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. every single day, at least 5 or 6 days out of the week. Is that something you think you can do? And I was like, hold on a second, hold on. I said, you want me to watch this studio from 11 p.m. to 7 p.m. and you're gonna pay me to do that? He was like, yeah, like, I ain't gonna ask you to do that for free. So I said, dogs, why would you even offer me that? You don't even know me. Like, you don't know me. And he was like, his exact words was, man, you in here every single day with Little John. Your ass ain't gonna be hard to find. And I was like, dang. I was like, wait, you trust me? I was like, he's like, look, man, do you want the job or not? I was like, yeah. So he was like, all right. So mind you, it's like 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He said, all right, be here tonight at 10:45. I was like, hold on, wait. You want me to start today? He was like, yeah. So I was like, all right, cool. I was like, generally, how I know an interview goes is you dress up in a suit and tie, and you come to the establishment, and you get interviewed one-on-one. You hand in your resume, and a week later, you find out if you got the job or if you're not. Here it is. Curtis just rolled up on me out of nowhere, started asking me questions, and literally gave me a job within a 5 to 6 or 7 minute conversation. So I always thought that was funny because I never knew where my first dollar in the industry, in this entertainment industry, would come from. And it definitely came from Patchwerk. And I really, really appreciate Curtis for taking that chance. Another funny story, it might not be funny, but I thought it was pretty interesting, and I kind of like to take credit for the person's verse on this song. But I remember at the current studio now, when it just had finished being built, UGK had a session there, but only Pimp C showed up because Bun B was out shooting a video in Trinidad for the actual song that Pimp C was laying his vocals to. So Pimp C comes out of the studio session, and I'm doing my work at my desk, and he says to me, he said, hey, blood, where you from? I'm like, I'm from New York. Why? He said, perfect. I want your opinion on something. I want you to hear this verse that I did. He said, I'm not really feeling it, but I need someone from New York to really tell me if it's whack or if it's hot. And I'm saying to myself, man, I don't know about that. Like, I don't know. I be trying to be as honest as I possibly can when it comes to people that want me to judge their rhymes and stuff. But anyway, I went in the studio with him, and he was like, let me know what you think about this. And I think Mike was engineering, but he plays the track, and man, I'm talking about the track was so crazy. And you hear Bun B's hook, we doing big pimpin', spending G's. I said, damn, this shit crazy. And then Pimp C's part come on, throwing eyes, throwing up, look a leaning in my cup. And I said, once the verse was over, I said, yo, you think that's whack? I said, I said, you spit on that, man. Like, you came crazy on that. He was like, yeah, I know, but he said, I don't like it. I don't like the record. I don't like the beat. I don't like my rap. And I said, you don't like what you just put down? Like, that is so hard. I said, you need to keep that. He said, man, this ain't even my record. And I said, well, whose record is it? He said, it's Jay-Z's record. And I said, this is Jay's record and he put y'all on it? He said, yeah, man, they waiting for me to do my verse because they in Trinidad right now doing the video, and I need to be in Miami next week so that they can do my part because I can't leave the country. He couldn't go to Trinidad. So I said, yo, keep your verse. He said, you want to hear Jay-Z's verse? I said, yeah. So he plays Jay's verse, and I was like, yo, Jay killed it. And he played Bum's verse. I was like, yo, this record, I said, this record is out of here, dogs. Trust me, this record is out of here. I said, who did the track? He said, Timbaland did the track. I said, dude, you gotta be out of your mind if you don't think that this record is gonna be a hit and you ain't come hard on it. So he's like, all right, man, I'm gonna keep it just because you said that it's hot. But I ain't feeling this record. I ain't feeling this verse. I ain't feeling none of this stuff. So rumor has it that after he kept the verse, Def Jam and Jay-Z thought that his verse was so crazy that it made the record seem like it was a UGK featuring Jay-Z. Hey y'all, I'm back again. Had to finish my story, my Pimp C story, because I didn't know you had 10 minutes to do this thing. So anyway, forgot where I was with the story, but I'll just start right here when Pimp C played the record for me. And I told him, listen, dogs, you need to keep that. And he told me that it wasn't his record, it was a Jay-Z record. And they was just waiting for him, the label Def Jam Rockefeller, the video people, because the video was being shot by Hype Williams. He said they're all waiting for him to finish his verse so that he could do his part in Miami. So rumor has it that Def Jam and Rockefeller and Jay-Z thought that his verse was so hot that it sounded like a UGK featuring Jay-Z record instead of a Jay-Z featuring UGK record. So when that happened, Jay-Z had to go back in the studio and record a verse it's the verse that comes after Pimp C's verse. Because at first, when Pimp C played the record for me, it was Jay-Z, Bun B, and Pimp C, and it ended with Pimp C. But when they heard Pimp's verse, I guess they said, listen, this sounds too much like a UGK featuring Jay-Z record. Jay, you got to hop back on this and make it sound like you own the record. And I like to take credit of that because I told him, yo, you should keep your verse. So rest in peace to Pimp C. Those were some good moments at Patchwerk. Probably got one more story now that I got a full 8 minutes or full 10 minutes going on. This will be short. When I was first hired at Patchwerk, I was scared to death, man. It was my first time in the getting paid to be in the music industry, and I just didn't want to mess that up. So I remember one of my college professors, a cinematography professor, Dr. Eigelberg, told me, when you finally get into the industry of your dreams, entertainment, whether it be entertainment, journalism, whatever, treat the job every day like it's your first and your last day ever doing the job. And I guess what he was alluding to was, if it's your first day, you're gonna be excited about it, and you're gonna do the best job that you can on the job. And same thing with your last day working on. You want to go out with a bang, whether you're going on to the next career of your life or the next steps of your life, whatever. You want to end your current place of employee of your current place of employment. You want to leave out on a bang. So that's how I would do at Patchwerk. I would just be on my P's and Q's and just on edge about everything. if a painting was crooked, I would call Curtis in the middle of the night and be like, yo, Kurt, the painting is crooked. What should I do? Like, should I fix it? Whatever. And I used to call him so much in the middle of the night. Mind you, I used to work from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. So if something ever happened at the studio that was beyond my control, I would have to call Curtis, and I would call him for everything. If the door was squeaking, I'd be like, yo, Curtis, what kind of WD-40 oil should I use? Should I use the big can or the small can? I used to call him so much to get on his nerves. But one day I called his butt because I'm cleaning up the studio and I'm vacuuming, and shoot, lo and behold, I find $100 bill, a crispy one with the new big face and everything. And I said, damn. I was always taught by my parents, my mom in particular, that if you find as much as a nickel on the floor at your job, walk right past it because you getting set up. Especially if it's at a governmental job. Don't ever pick up no money at your job. Lo and behold, here it is. I got $100 looking at me right in the face. And I said to Curtis, I called him up like 4 o'clock in the morning. I said, yo, Kurt, I found $100 at the studio, man. What you want me to do? And he said, he was sleepy voice and everything. He was like, man, if you don't stop calling me about every goddamn thing that goes on in the studio, he said, if you don't keep that $100 to yourself, man, and going on about your business, then you don't need to be working at Patchwerk. He said, but you keep it, make sure you buy me lunch tomorrow. And that's just what I did. I kept the $100, found out what his favorite place to have lunch was Benihana, got him a $25 Benihana gift certificate, and kept the $75. And that shit was just so crazy to me. But that's just some few funny stories. But I appreciate Patchwerk. I don't even know where I would be if I just didn't know where I was going to start in this business. And to start there and to see them still up and running through recessions and COVID-19 viruses and all other stuff too, man. Just a whole bunch of stuff over the 25 years that I know of, that I'm sure you've heard of, that they've gone through recessions, everything. It's good to see that they still on track. They got some forward thinkers there, and as the executives, Mike and Curtis. And I remember everything from going on retreats to Aruba to just everything. I just had a ball. I'm glad my journey started there. And my goal really is to one day, in my vocation, be able to book a session with Patchwerk and bring an artist there to either record or an actor there to record for a movie or something that just has never been there, or to help Patchwerk do something that they haven't touched yet, which I don't think they've done much except for soundtracks on movies. I don't think they've done, like, maybe they have, but I want to do something like that. That's my goal. That's my dream, to come back and bring an artist or an athlete or an actor to do some recording there for a project or two that I'm working on. So I'm working on that. Give me some time, Kurt, and I appreciate everything, the love, and God bless. I hope you guys do another 25 plus years. I hope this studio outlives us all. I hope it feeds your children's children. And God bless everybody.
What's up, y'all? It's Rack. Shout out to the whole Patchwerk family from coast to coast. I hope all is well. I hope everybody's okay and your families are safe, especially with this COVID-19 crisis that we're all dealing with. I'm from New York. I moved to Atlanta. That became my second home. I always knew about Patchwerk because of all the music like Outkast, Getting Mob. I like to read the production credits on the back of the album, so I'll always see Patchwerk recordings. I started in 99 through 03 at Patchwerk. My actually being there is because in between all of that, Raekwon was recording the Mobilarity album. We were recording a Cream Team album, and then we was doing the soundtrack for the movie Black and White. So all three of those projects we was doing simultaneously. So we would do like 30-day blocks. Through those 30 days of recording, I got to meet the staff, D, BJ, Curtis, you know what I'm saying? I would see Paul when he believes hope. And, I got cool with them, because we was there 30 days at a time. You know what I'm saying? I would come around, pop up. I started off at the front desk, late shift. And because I knew Curtis and Laura and all Erica and all them, it built up a rapport just from being at the studio that many times, you know what I'm saying? They gave me a job. Shortly after that, we moved to 1094 Hemp Hill. That was like the big building down the block, the 10,000 square foot facility. And so you're gonna need more people. So now you got more people, more interns, more engineers. Then I got promoted to night manager because I was still working the late shift. So now we in a new building. I still was buzzing people in. Now I gotta clean up a bigger building. It's business as usual, but it's a whole different vibe. You come in, it's all open brick wall, exposure. Then you got the long hallway with all the plaques, you know what I'm saying? That's the hallway of hard work. Everybody goes through there. Everybody's been through Patchwerk. I don't care who you are. You got a plaque somewhere in Patchwerk. If you came through Atlanta or you stopped in Atlanta, you did some work in Patchwerk. What do I appreciate the most about Patchwerk? I love and consider and appreciate the camaraderie that we had as a small unit, a big family. And it's all about progressing that brand and that company and keeping that excellence going. It takes that type of dedication. It takes those type of characteristics in business and in being a part of a unit to keep it going. That's why we're here 25 years later from one idea, man. And it's a legacy. And the best part is, from the people that first started it and opened the door, to the person you see talking, to the guys that's in the ladies and the guys that's in there now, to everybody coming out there, they're gonna all be part of a legacy, and we're all in it together.
Hey, beautiful people, I'm Nikki Gilbert Daniels, and congratulations, Patchwerk. 25 years? Seems like just yesterday, Curtis was like, hey, this is gonna be the new spot, and we're gonna put this over here, and we're getting this board. And to see the evolution of such a dope, creative space, a space that was the result of great young Black men coming together and putting their heads and their hearts into the community and into art and making something that is a safe haven and a cool vibe for folks to just come in and get it done. I recorded at least one album there, recorded with multiple artists there. It's a family. It's such a solid group of people, and I'm proud to say that I have been around for most of the time. Curtis has done a great job turning the studio into something that I feel will be around for the next 25, 50 years. There is a legacy there. I watched Tip and so many other people just become greater as a result of their ability to work and to thrive at Patchwerk Studios. So congratulations to Bob, Curtis, Mike, every intern, every artist who recorded. Pat myself on the back a little bit. I did a little something. And just keep going, keep moving, keep thriving, and keep succeeding. Funny moment, when Curtis called me and was like, yo, Nick, I got a bunch of CDs, and this was this year. I got a bunch of CDs, you need to come pick them up. I waited till the final hour of the final day to pick them up and had to dig them up out of the trash, i.e. Curtis does not play, which is part of the reason why the studio has been so successful. So congratulations, Patchwerk. Congratulations to all the people who have succeeded as a result of their relationship with Patchwerk, and I look forward to the next 25, 50 years. Peace.
Hi there, my name is Christy Collins, and I am from Tuscaloosa, Alabama, home of the Roll Tide, a school that I did not attend. I went to the University of Georgia in Athens, and that's where I met Bob Whitfield and Curtis Daniel. Became a part of a group that was the second artist to be signed to Patchwerk's, Fanique, Finesse and Unique. I have no idea who came up with that name, but what I can tell you is the three of us in that group Had some really great moments with Bob and Curtis, and probably one of my most memorable ones is being cussed out by Bob on the regular because I was always somewhere taking a nap when I probably should have been writing or singing or practicing or something. So, you know, that was a great experience for me, just being a part of a legacy here in Atlanta. Patchwerk's created a part of that musical Motown legacy here in the South, and to be a part of that and around so many other great artists who are now iconic was just an experience that I will have forever. I also worked at Patchwerk's off and on for many years. So Patchwerk's not only was not only my label and my place of employment for a while, but it was also family, a place I call home. Bob, Curtis, Mike, those became my brothers, and to this day, those are my brothers. So I'm grateful for the experience. I'm so proud of the legacy that they have created here in Atlanta. Everybody knows Patchwerk's on Hemp Hill. And again, just being a part of that and being able to call Patchwerk's home is something I wear like a badge of honor. I'm so proud of you guys for 25 years. So excited to see what 25 more years has to offer. This is just a great pinnacle moment, and hats off to you. I cannot wait to see what else you have in store, and I'm here for all of it. Congratulations, guys. I love you, and job well done.
What's going on, everybody? I go by the name of Miss Nico, and I am a performing artist and songwriter that resides right here in the ATL by way of the DMV. I actually was first introduced to Patchwerk by Bob Whitfield back in '99, which was like, that was when it was up the street. That's the OG Patchwerk, you know what I'm saying? So all my real ones know. But Patchwerk really knows how to pick its people. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to just call them employees, because, you know, the people who come in and out of Patchwerk are more like a family, you know? The people that I knew back in 99 and 2000 and 2001, from those days, I still look at them like family to this day. And everybody new that has come into Patchwerk within the last however many years that I've met, all of them are great people. So Patchwerk just really has that knack for picking out those good people, those go-getters, those hustlers, you know, just really genuine folks. And major shout out to Curtis Daniel, because he definitely is one of the realest people that I know just in general. I literally, to this day, if I have a question, if I need advice, if I want to know how I can do something or do it better, rather, I can literally pick the phone up and call him. I actually was in a group called Red. It was a trio, an R&B trio, and Red stood for Renika, Erica, and Dana. We were all using our government names at the time. One of the funniest stories that I personally remember, and I don't know if y'all gonna think it's all that funny, but I don't care because it was funny to me. But Mike Wilson, who is one of the best engineers at Patchwerk, has been there since day one. He was in a session with me, Erica, and Dana one day. We were recording a song. And my girl Dana, she can sing very well, but she can whistle like a bird, which is just the coolest thing too. But, you know, we were in the studio recording, and she wanted to go in the booth and whistle in replace of a high note. And it really sounded like she was in there hitting Mariah Carey notes. So the producer that we had at the time was like, yeah, go in the booth, you know, stack it, put some harmonies on top of it. He just wanted her to whistle different harmonies on top of that. And it seemed like a good idea at the time, but in playback, Mike was actually in the session, and everybody was listening kind of with their face scrunched up, and Mike was like, hell no, that sounded like a bunch of elves whistling their way to work. So that was definitely one of the funniest things to me. I thought it was hilarious. Another funny story about Mike, y'all, let's just keep it real. If you knew Mike back in 99, 2000, and you saw him today, then you would also know that he's a vampire, because he looked the exact same. He ain't got a bald spot or nothing. Hair still the same. I don't know what time machine he hop into every night to take him back. I don't know. That's funny to me too, y'all. Looking at that. But all in all, man, shout out to Bob, shout out to Curtis, shout out to Mike, shout out to Nikki, shout out to Erica and Dana, everybody that I've met at Patchwerk. Just wonderful people. Happy 25th anniversary, y'all. We get out of quarantine and it's time to get down. Holla at your girl, okay? Because you know I'm always down to party. So, shout out to y'all. Peace.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's your boy Jeff B here. Taking some time to send out a special shout out to my boy Curtis and everybody at the Patchwerk family. Man, this is a special time always. I got a lot of love in my heart for everybody at Patchwerk, and a lot of people may not know, but Patchwerk was a label that had groups, and I was in one of those groups. It was called Co-Ed. Some of you may know Co-Ed. We had some songs that hit the radio, Roll With Me. We actually recorded T.I.'s verse for that song at Patchwerk. That's a pretty cool story. We recorded our actual whole album at Patchwerk. But before that, when Bob and BJ and Curtis were starting the label, they were signing acts, and we were one of those acts along with the group called Red, which is Renika, Erica, and Dana, and he had another white dude that played guitar, and he put together a showcase for us that at the Tabernacle. This was like what, 99 or something like that, and he did a bunch of promo for it. He printed up this really nice book with this steel cover on it and had all of these dope pictures and all this stuff. Like, he really went all the way out. It was a great place to be an artist at Patchwerk. Man, we had a lot of good memories there and a lot of fun. So we did the showcase, and I still remember the butterflies I had from that night. That was like the first time that we were gonna have a big performance and had choreography and all of this cool stuff. And it was a great time to be at Patchwerk, and it still is a great time to be at Patchwerk, man. I just want to send out special blessings and a lot of love to everybody at the Patchwerk family. You always have a special place in my heart. You guys are our family. I look at myself as family, and when you see me over there, look at me as family too, man. So I want to send out love to everybody. Curtis, Vera, I love you guys, man. So this is me signing out. Peace.
What's poppin'? It's your girl Bianca Starr. Yes, a Grady baby born right here in Atlanta, Georgia. I am 1/4 of the amazing group Co-Ed and originally signed to Patchwerk, the label. 25 years? Really? Where did the time go? Look, congratulations. I'm so proud of you, and I thank you for allowing me to be a part of your Atlanta history. For real. See, a lot of people don't know this, but Patchwerk did start off as a label. And there was Co-Ed, there was Red, and there was Be Rich. And we were all honored to be the first artist signed to Patchwerk as a label. You had people like BJ and Bob Whitfield that just worked so hard to make us be amazing and help us perfect our craft. And I want to thank you for that. I can see it now when we were just getting all of our acts together to perform at the Tabernacle for the first time to showcase our talents and show everybody, this is Patchwerk, we got the sound, we got the artists. So, that was just such an amazing time. We had so much fun doing that showcase and showing everybody what we had and what we were giving the world, our new singles and everything. It was just so much fun. But really, Patchwerk, you have created a space for young Black people to come and be safe and also vulnerable at the same time to create and get that sound. When you feel comfortable enough, then you can achieve the sound that you're trying to get. And that's the thing about studios, and that's the thing about when you're somewhere and you feel comfortable and safe, you can just let your guard down and achieve the sound that you really are trying to get. So I want to thank you for creating that space and continuing to create that space for artists that come to Atlanta or that are born and raised right here. When people say Patchwerk, they know it's about their business. Anytime you step in the door, Kurt ain't playing, you come in there to work, okay? You come in there and handle your business, get it done, and I'm telling you, you're gonna come out with an amazing product. So look, happy 25th anniversary, and I pray that you have many, many, many more, and it don't stop and it won't quit. Peace and love. See you soon.
My name is Carl Breeding, and I am a music producer and songwriter. I'm originally from Michigan, but I live in Atlanta. I produce artists, and I've been working with Patchwerk in and with Patchwerk for quite some time, numerous years. As a matter of fact, I worked at the original Patchwerk before the move. And in saying that, 25 years. Curtis, Mike, man, big ups on that. shout outs. That's tremendous, man. 25 years. I'm glad to be a part of that. A lot of fond memories, a lot of cool times at Patchwerk, man. You know, man, you know, they always made us feel like family. You know, I remember days sitting there playing the game, kicking it while we're working, and just good times overall. I'll share a couple of things. I remember my first meeting with Patchwerk. I had a group I was producing called Co-Ed, and we were out in Atlanta shopping our demo, and I got a call from BJ Kerr, and he was working with Patchwerk at the time, and we came in to do a meeting, and when I got there, I was just shocked. I was like shocked to see that my group's picture was on his wall, and when he was playing the music, he was singing along with it. He knew all the lyrics. I was just like, man, this dude really believes in us. He believes in what we do, and that sold the deal for me that day. We ended up signing the group to Patchwerk, and Co-Ed was one of three, I believe you're the first original artist to be signed to Patchwerk as a production company. Another fine memory. So I don't know who all knows, and I may get in trouble for this, but during the time I was recording Co-Ed, Jason Jeter, T.I.'s manager, he was interning at Patchwerk. He was an intern over there, and every day I come to work, he'd be like, yo man, put my rapper on something, put my rapper on this, you know, I'd be like, oh man. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't blowing him off, I just didn't need, you know, I didn't have a need for a rapper at the time. But we ended up releasing a song, Roll Me, from Co-Ed, and Greg Street and other radio reps were like, look man, you should put a rapper on it, it'll help it fit the rotation of radio, blah, 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 whatever. Long story short, we did some remixes. On one of the remixes, we put the Yin Yang Twins on. Another remix, we put Big Gip on. And the third remix, which turned out to be that one, we ended up putting Jason Jeter's rapper on it. Of course, that was T.I.'s first time on the radio. The rest is history. All that recorded at Patchwerk. 25 more.
My name is Rich Eagle. I'm a recording artist with Patchwerk Recordings from back in the day at the old studio, prior to the location that most of you have known for the last probably 18 to 20 years now. I got my start working with Nicky Gilbert, Curtis, Bob Whitfield, and learned how to do some mixing and whatnot with Mike Wilson, Josh Butler, and just had a good time. Y'all taught me quite a bit with regards to how to be a recording artist, and it carried over into the voiceover direction that I work in now. So I really do thank y'all. You guys are family. You'll always be family. And I'm appreciative once again for everything. I wish you nothing but success for the next 25 years. And God bless y'all.
My name is Marcelo Nine. I'm from Atlanta, Georgia. Worked with Patchwerk from 1998 till 2005 as a songwriter and producer. What I love about Patchwerk most is that Patchwerk was for the dreamer. It was an advocate, a voice for those who wanted to become something, who wanted the opportunity to spread their talent, and they gave me that opportunity. Bob, Curtis, BJ, it was a phenomenal team. It was a phenomenal movement, and I'm proud to say I was part of the Patchwerk team, and I'm proud to say I was part of the movement when it changed the culture it changed our culture, it changed the opportunity, it changed the sound, it changed the look, it changed the image. And I want to thank you for allowing me to, be part of the team, part of this memory, part of this moment. I love you. Patchwerk.
Peace. My name is Demaine Ginyard. I am Patchwerk alumni from 1995 to around 1997. I was there at the Hemp Hill location before the big studio was built. I've been a long-time supporter of Patchwerk's, and everything that Curtis and the guys been doing over there for a whole lot of years. I am so proud of the work that Patchwerk's been doing for the music industry and the film industry and all of the entertainment industries coming out of Atlanta. And it's just so good. It's a pleasure to have worked with those guys. My job when I was there was maintaining and making sure that the studio was clean and functional and reset for the recording sessions during the day. And I worked the night shift. I worked a couple of days out of the week. Big Bob and Curtis really took good care of me during my time there. I also worked for the label doing a lot of the cold calls back in the day for Razzcast, Voodoo, and Mean Green. And you guys rock. I'm very proud to be affiliated and be family with Patchwerk. It's been I guess if you say 94, 95, 96, it's been a long time. So, I mean, you guys keep doing what you're doing. I love you guys dearly. You hold a special place in my heart. I am a music entertainment management student from the Art Institute, graduate. And you guys really was a very pivotal, piece of my life growing up. And I am so proud to be a representative of the alumni of Patchwerk. And I wish you guys many, many, many more years of success. And keep it going, keep it going. Curtis, don't stop. I love it, man. And you guys stay up, and I will see you guys soon. All right, thank you.
Hey, Curtis. Just wanted to say congratulations to you and Mike and the rest of the Patchwerk team for 25 years of business. I started in 1998 through 2001. Throughout those 4 years, I had a great time working there. I learned a lot. And I was actually working at the front desk. Throughout that 4-year period, I met a lot of people coming in and out of Patchwerk. I love the fact that you guys operate with awesome integrity. Again, I just want to say congratulations, 25 years. Pray for 25 more years. Oh, and by the way, this is Erica Lemons. Back when I worked for Patchwerk, my name was Erica Mingo. So, a lot has changed since then. So I guess I'm kind of like one of the old heads. But anyway, 25 years, awesome. God bless you guys. 25 more years. Have a good one.
How you doing? This is Christopher Cornish. I started working at Patchwerk when I moved from New Jersey to Atlanta to go to Morehouse College. I was working at a gym, personal training, and I had a mutual friend who knew Curtis and told me about the job. And I said, man, I need to get in there. I was trying to figure out how to get my way in the door somewhere. And I would email every week, pretty much 7 days a week, Curtis, until he would give me an interview. And finally he got tired of me and he allowed me to come in for an interview. And that's where I started working at Patchwerk. I did front desk. I also helped assist anywhere they needed me to, whether it was events, whether it was interning, setting up to train interns, or just speaking or helping with any of our events. I just wanted to be involved in every and anything. Working at Patchwerk allowed me to network and really and learn how to be a good networker and really meet people and kind of connect and build my network. Everybody who I know to this day, somehow, some way, kind of points back to Patchwerk, and I'm very thankful that I'm still able to reach out and also help give back whenever needed. That's what Patchwerk did for me. And that's what I appreciate the most, to be honest, because it was a special time in life where we all didn't have anything. All we had was our dreams, and Patchwerk allowed us to kind of grow as individuals and create opportunities. Everybody that I started off with in Patchwerk is somewhere doing something great. And some people I talk to every day still. what is the funniest story or one of my fondest moments of Patchwerk just had to be like pretty much every moment at Patchwerk was great for me. I remember at the time I was in school and I somehow made it on a reality show, and I came to Patchwerk with a camera trying to figure out how I was gonna do an interview tape to send them over to make the final round. And in my video, everybody jumped on. I had Akon jump on the video, David Banner. I even had Jazzy Faye get on the video, and everybody just showed me so much love, and that was ultimately what ended up getting me on the show. So to me, I was very thankful that everybody was so supportive and showed so much love, and it was an amazing time. And I always look back, and I'm always able to share wonderful stories from my times at Patchwerk. So I hope this video inspires somebody, and I'm thankful. Patchwerk for life.
I consider myself to be a Motor City peach. I worked at Patchwerk back in late 99, maybe early 2000, right before the Studio 9000 side was being designed or built. And I worked at the front desk along with Sonara, Erica, and a lot of the Patchwerk OGs. One thing I appreciate about Patchwerk is that it has served as my home away from home. I actually came back and worked at the studio some years later, and then was fortunate enough to serve as the lead interior designer for the 995 renovation. Curtis and Patchwerk family has always supported my endeavors and encouraged me and helped me grow through some pretty tough times, and provided many teachable moments. So I really appreciate that the most every time I think about Patchwerk. It's nothing but love and respect. If I'm to think about a funny moment, it was not so funny at the time, but when I was designing the 995 renovation, I was just starting out, not trusting my aesthetic and not being as confident in my decisions. So I wavered from an original decision on a flooring selection for 995 studio room. When the flooring was installed, it looked like hot fire flames coming through the floor, and Curtis was not too thrilled with that look, and it was definitely a costly mistake, but we grew through it, and I learned some very valuable lessons that now I don't worry about as I run my business and interact with interns and contractors, and I've grown to trust my aesthetic a lot more. But the joke has been on me ever since that happened, the hot fire flames in hopes of hot fire music being produced. But I'm grateful to have had that experience and to, learn in the presence of family. So congratulations on 25 years, and cheers to 25 more. Thank you so much for all that you've done, all of the jewels, all of the wisdom. It does not go unnoticed. Bye.
Hey everybody, this is Mark. I'm currently living in Fresno, California. Just recently moved out back home basically, but been in Atlanta for several years and thinking about Patchwerk. Congratulations first, Patchwerk, 25 years, it's awesome. Curtis and Mike have done a great job, it's awesome. It's just awesome. I don't even have the words. When I think about when just being employed there, just being able to get the phone call from Curtis saying, hey man, you wanna come over here and work? I was like, sure. But at the time I didn't realize what Patchwerk was even really. Technically I knew it was a recording studio, but I didn't really know what Patchwerk was about. So just the little time that I worked there from maybe 2003 to 2006, I mean, it was just so much to learn. I mean, just watching how just watching how all of the employees, how we all got along. We're just a big family. And so also thinking about things of just work ethic and behaviors and things of that nature, and how I took that on with me to my next career. That was just, I mean, Patchwerk, I can't really sum it up in a video, but I'm sure everybody gets it. Everybody that's a part of our family and friends, they understand how it works. So definitely, had a great time. Really could do it again, honestly. But congratulations. Peace.
What's up, y'all? I'm Quentin Lynch, go by Q. I'm from Detroit, Michigan, currently live in Atlanta. I was at Patchwerk from 96 to 2001, I think. While I was there, I was basically like the working admin at the front, letting people in and out, cleaning up, just doing grunt work, learning about the music industry, learning what it was like to be in the studio. What I like most about Patchwerk is really the leadership. Honestly, it's just always been led by people who really love the music, love the process of the business, and actually take it seriously and aren't just on some, less than professional activity. It's just very well run, but it's also run with a mind towards raising up people who come through there. So many people who come through Patchwerk have become successful either in the music industry or in other fields, and that's as a result of the management really investing in the folks who work there. I got a great story. I think it was like 2000, I was working the front, and it was a mixing session or like a tracking session. I can't remember, maybe they're flying vocals, but I was sitting at the front, and you hear a lot of great music come through, but in this particular instance, it was like something I never heard before. And when the beat dropped, I just could not stay at the front desk. I had to run back and hear what it was, and it was Big Pimpin'. That beat dropped, and I don't think Jay's verse is on it yet, but I think UGK verse is on it, and it was crazy. And I'll never forget that. That was the first time I ever heard that song, and it was at Patchwerk.
My name is Danny Black. I worked at Patchwerk 98, 99 to about 2004. I live in LA now, moved out here about 2-3 years ago to pretty much build out my business ventures and kind of expand on what I started in Atlanta. When I initially started at Patchwerk, I worked with Bob Whitfield. We had some projects that kind of transitioned me into running the record label, Patchwerk Recordings, where we signed 2 groups. One was Attic Crew, the other one was Jadis. After Jadis, we shut down the record label. We felt like the resources were better focused on the studio, so I came on board with Curtis and helped him manage the studio at nighttime. And nighttime is usually when all the craziness was happening. Artists don't like to record in the morning or during the day, they like to do it at nighttime. And the nights will be pretty crazy. I probably have thousands of stories. We have a saying that whatever happened at night shift stayed with the night shift, and I'm sure there's a bunch of shit that Curtis doesn't even know that transpired at the studio. But we managed it pretty well. We built relationships with a lot of artists, and I personally feel like, and this is what Patchwerk means for me, Patchwerk built the framework in Atlanta for the music industry. Yes, you had LaFace, Social Def, and all these other faces of Atlanta. But personally, for Patchwerk being a black-owned studio, during that time when Atlanta wasn't even on the map, people were like not even accepting the South at that time. But it was a place where all that talent in Atlanta could come collaborate. And what I mean by collaboration is meeting people, working on songs, people having budgets to record, getting on their albums, shopping their beats, learning from one another, meeting each other to go to events, or before they go to the club, they would meet up at the studio. So we were that hub. We was that network. That to me was a big thing because, all these other studios like Silent Sound, Doppler, they didn't have that same setup. They didn't understand hip hop at that time. Yeah, they were a recording studio, but you book your time, go in, you record, and then you leave. But Patchwerk gave so much more. It was really the creative hub where everybody wanted to be at, and everybody was. People would just stop by just to see who was there, and the staff, even our staff at that time, we had these relationships with all these artists, producers, the labels. So whenever somebody would come through, you might get another producer to say, hey, so-and-so's working in the studio, they're looking for some beats. Or they wanted to work with somebody, and we kind of get the people in touch and just kind of make the connection.
And that kind of happened throughout the entire time being. I mean, if you look at the plaques that are on the wall at the studio, these are all things that kind of came about from that relationship. Like I mentioned, the label that we had at the time with the group Jadis. A perfect example is Coach K. He approached me at that time, which was in 2000, if he could manage Jadis for me, because they didn't have a manager at the time, and we were going on tour. We were doing shows, all over the South, working that record. And that's how that happened. And during that time, he brought Young Jeezy to me, but he wasn't Young Jeezy at the time. He was Lil J. And I listened to it, and we just didn't have the budget to really do anything at the time. We had to focus on the two groups that we had. But that's just a perfect scenario, like how people came about to create more and build up the Atlantic music scene because of Patchwerk. And that, to me, is really the most important thing, that Patchwerk never received the credit that it had due, because there's a lot of people that came through Patchwerk that went on to do big things from the artists. I mean, all these Atlanta artists, all of them worked at Patchwerk. Everybody's been to Patchwerk. They hung out here. They, whatever it may be, if they went to the club, that used to be the spot to hang out. And I think that's what it meant to all of us. We were a big family. It was a home. It was just like going to college and you graduate, you move on to bigger things, but now you're an alumni and you always pay homage to where you come from. And that's what Patchwerk means to me. Everything that I do today came from the Patchwerk fabric, from the framework that Curtis instilled in me and everybody else. So I just definitely think that Patchwerk was a huge part of my life in a positive way, and it allowed us to grow and do bigger and better things. And I can speak for a lot of people that did that. So that's Patchwerk.
Hi, my name is Ashley Williams. I am from Austin, Texas. I currently live in Houston, and I worked at Patchwerk as a receptionist back in 2002 till about 2004, on and off. And I had a good time. You guys were like my family. We worked hard, we played hard, and again, we came back to the drawing board and we did great things together. I just want to say I was so nervous my first month that I honestly almost closed the gate on at least 5 to 10 cars. I was like, I'm gonna get fired. But thank you for having the patience. Thank you to everyone that was there when I was there, for making it a smooth transition. I can honestly say, being a business owner now, I used a lot of those things that you guys taught me, just following everything through from 1 to 10, how important that is. And I still use that to this day. So congratulations, 25 years, 25 more to go.
Hello, this is Frances, and I am here to talk to you about Patchwerk and the good old days. Well, it's still the good old days for Patchwerk, because it's Patchwerk. But I'm from Louisville, Kentucky, and I started at Patchwerk in 2001. I worked there for 13 years or so, off and on. Let me see what else I'm supposed to say before I get into my spiel. What I did there. I started as the front desk administrative assistant, and then I was a office coordinator, and whatever other titles you can do, I pretty much helped. I never managed the studio per se, but I was like an evening office manager. So outside of that, I made a lot of really great friends. Patchwerk is awesome for that reason. You become family. It's more like family, friends and family together, because people who I worked with there, I still talk to all the time. I'm not gonna start naming names because I'll forget somebody, and I don't want to. But some Patchwerk employees were there for me even when my own family wasn't. 6 hours away, they would drive from Atlanta to Louisville just to be there for me when I had a child, or when my mom passed away. You know, that means a lot. So first and foremost, forming relationships. And not just a relationship, like tenured relationships that last and mean something. That's the most important part. And then the second part is growth. You don't know it when you first walk in, but when you leave, if you do what you're supposed to do, and even if you get terminated, but when you do what you're supposed to do, you walk out of Patchwerk a different person than when you went in. And that can be attributed to a lot of different things. And that can be said about a lot of different employment jobs or whatever, but specifically with Patchwerk, it's a small business and there's not a lot of opportunity to grow up. Look, you're not gonna bust the ceiling out and, you know, get the top floor office. It's just not gonna happen. But what you can do is grow internally within the company, and you can grow yourself. You know, you can grow your thought process. You can read more books. You can learn about more books. You can increase your network. And when you go out to work with other companies and you're in the music industry and you have the name Patchwerk behind you, they know you mean business. And that's because the value that, you know, Patchwerk gives you as a person. Because they know Curtis, Mike, Bob, whomever is not just going to hire anybody to represent a brand that they put so much into. So it just gives you that much more of an edge, you know, that much more growth as a person. And then third part, why Patchwerk is so important to our community, is that Kurt kind of tells you when you start, like, I don't do all of the titles. So you're going to be a front desk, or you're going to be an intern, basically. Are you going to work in the office, basically. But that pushes you to create your own kind of place. For me, it was events. And some way I was going to do some food somewhere. So I started catering parties. I started, you know, coming up with these crazy kind of events, producers balls and music universities and all kinds of stuff to kind of give myself something to do, something to bring to the table, because I know my value. And you take those things and grow yourself professionally, it means a lot. I know other people, we've started I Do Music with Curvins and Toya and all those guys. We had a label, and it was so many things to get involved with outside of just coming to work and answering phones. And that kind of shows you that you don't get complacent. You know, you come to work and do your job, but at the same time, you still come to work and bring something to add to the table. And you don't get that a lot of places. So many. The biggest part to me, though, is the friends, the people. That's the biggest part. That means the most to me, because those are my family members. I grew up at Patchwerk. Like, I went from a college student to a grown woman right there in them four walls. And I still, every time I go to Atlanta, I drive down Hemp Hill. Sometimes I stop, sometimes I don't, but it's just home for me. It just is home. But the studio has done so much for so many people. It's been a cornerstone for so many people. And, you know, it is one of the most awesome parts of my history. Patchwerk. I love it. I love my friends who I met there, love, who I grew into as a person because I worked there. So yeah, if you're watching this, please help me. Join me in telling Curtis and Mike Wilson and even Bob, congratulations for making such a monumental, an awesome staple in the community, in the world, to be honest. You've impacted the world. You deserve every accolade that could be given to you. Thank you for allowing me to be a part of the legendary history of Patchwerk. I love you guys. I love every person who I ever worked with. And if we've never worked together, we will soon. Because people just don't go away. We kind of stay and come back and do other stuff. So I love you guys. Thank you so much for listening to me. Congratulations. Happy anniversary, and many, many, many more to come.
What up, y'all? It's Sanar, and I am the original Jamaican Dandada. I'm from Kingston, Jamaica originally, but I moved to Atlanta in 2000, so I pretty much consider myself a true ATLian. I started working at Patchwerk in 2001, and I basically held that place together with my bare hands. But for real, I started working there when I was 19. I was working the front desk under the honorable little E, Erica Bryant, and it basically grew me up. You know what I mean? Like, I was a kid, a beautiful, stunning 19-year-old girl, but I didn't even start working at the studio because I cared about music in any other sense that I just loved to listen to music. I moved to Atlanta because pretty much Outkast, Youngblood, Goody Mob drew me here as this place being a mecca for Black, creative, middle class, successful, professional people. And I wanted to be in a city that had that kind of energy and history. And all of that reverberates through the walls at Patchwerk, right? And you got to say it has a lot to do with what we do at Patchwerk, but it also has to do with Curtis and Mike and the culture that they created at Patchwerk. It was more than just come in and do a job. It was come in, learn something, do a great job, do better than what people expect, do different than what you thought that you could do. I learned so many valuable life lessons there. I remember one time when I was working the desk, I sent a package. I forget which label it was, but the artist had come in, recorded. We were supposed to be sending out their music, and instead of sending it to, I guess, the California office or the California studio, I sent it to their studio in New York. And the A&R called me, and she was pissed and proceeded to cuss me out on the phone. And for those of y'all who do know me, I'm an Aries. I don't like being talked to any kind of way. And I got pissed off. And I went outside and I was upset and I was crying because I wanted to break shit. And Curtis came outside and he was like, it's not about the mistake that you make, but it's about what you do to fix it. And I got my shit together, went back inside, and I figured out how to fix it. And that's just like one of the little things that I learned in my 6 years there. And I went from working the front desk to managing. And it taught me so much about small business ownership, responsibility, managing people. I think I was actually a really terrible manager when I was there. I was mean. I didn't cut anybody any slack. And anybody who worked there during my time will tell you that, I was a lot. But it also made me realize how I wanted to inspire people. And when I left Patchwerk and worked elsewhere and managed people elsewhere, I look back on that time then and said, and it helped me kind of figure out what you needed to do to be a true leader in order to get people to do the things that they needed to do and inspire people to do better and to do their job well. So Patchwerk definitely grew me up, and I wouldn't change that time that I had there for anything. Even while I was there, I was going to Georgia State University, go Panthers, and I was getting my marketing degree. And I went to Curtis one day and I was like, we should do marketing and I would like to run that. And he wouldn't give me any money. Y'all know Curtis and Mike. He wouldn't give me any money. But he was like, go ahead and put some stuff together, and if you can make some money from it, then we can start funding some marketing stuff. And I put together a marketing internship program, and that ended up blossoming and still lives on today. Osmond continues that at the studio, but Angela Curvins, one of my best friends and my business partner today, Alexis Day, I met at the studio in that marketing program. And it was a great outlet for me to grow that passion within myself. And marketing is what I continue to do today. And like Curtis always says, you know, we teach you lessons at Patchwerk, and then you go out into the world and you make the world a better place. And that's what I've tried to do. Patchwerk is family. It's always going to be family. It's more than just the music. It's people coming together with a passion for something and just doing great things. And congratulations to y'all, 25 years, a quarter century. Keep doing it, keep making music, keep putting in the work.
What up, y'all? My name is Curvins. I'm from New York City and I'm currently living in Amsterdam. What was cool about Patchwerk is you didn't work at Patchwerk so much as you attended Patchwerk. You know, Patchwerk was more like an institution than, you know, an employer. I was class of 03 with people like Daisha and Kayvon and Marcus and Angela and Alexis. Sanar recruited all of us. She was head of marketing at the time, and when she left, I took over the marketing program. And we did a lot, you know. One thing I loved about Patchwerk is that at Patchwerk, you learn from everyone who walked through those double doors. You learn from the engineers and the interns, the front desk people and the back desk people. You even learn from the clients. You know, everyone who came to Patchwerk was a teacher, you know, and a student. And Curtis, you know, I'm not sure if Curtis was the president, the professor, the principal, or the judge, the jury, and the executioner. That was Patchwerk. You know, you came there, you worked hard, and you were supported. We all supported one another, not on some cliche family stuff, you know, but just on some we in this together stuff. So that's what was cool about the place. One story, I remember when we were coming up with the idea for I Do Music, I wanted to do something different with the flyers. We already had the venue lined up and everything. We just needed to come up with how we were going to promote it. And so I remember taking a piece of paper and folding it in half and trying to think of something that would work on this flyer that would stop people in their tracks, would stop musicians in their tracks. And so I came up with this idea to write I Do Music on there in big letters, in red and black, bold colors. And so I wrote it on this piece of paper, and I went around the studio dropping in front of people like a crazy person and asking them, you know, what they thought, if they would be able to walk past this flyer if they encountered it on the street. And pretty much everyone was like, nah, yeah, I would pick it up. I would at least stop, pick it up, see what it's about, maybe throw it away again. Luckily, it worked, and people did pick up our flyers wherever we left them. People used them as posters in their car windows and in their studios, their home studios, in their bedrooms. It became a banner, you know, a flag of sorts. And the event, you know, we did it for 3 years, and it was wildly successful. And yeah, that's my fondest memory, truly, of Patchwerk. You know, everyone supported that event, and still to this day, everyone is still supporting that event. And I think we really found something special with it. And it wouldn't have happened if it was anywhere else. It had to be at Patchwerk. I believe that. Yeah. It's crazy. It's been 25 years. I'm grateful for the 7 that I spent there. I spent in that hallway, you know. For 5 of those years, I was doing the marketing program. And then for 2 of those years, I was working under Curtis as like assistant studio manager.
Hello everyone, my name is Angela Young. I'm from Dallas, Texas. I moved to Atlanta, Georgia in 2003 to attend Clark Atlanta University. I began to work at Patchwerk in 2006 as a marketing intern, and then I went on to become a manager. My experience at Patchwerk was very rewarding and very humbling. I learned a lot about myself professionally, and a lot of the lessons that I've learned from being at Patchwerk I still apply to this day. I think some of the most valuable lessons I've learned was the importance of striving for excellence and building genuine relationships and leading by example. I really loved being in the creative atmosphere and being able to see the music being made from the beginning and end. I think that was one of my favorite things about being at Patchwerk. I absolutely love the family vibe and just being able to be a part of something that really shook the culture. And I love the fact that I can always go back. It feels like home for me. Being able to go back every year now to do my benefit concert More Than Music, it's only right. I'm so blessed and honored to be a part of such a rich history. I just want to wish you guys a happy 25th anniversary. Many blessings to you guys, and thank you.
Hello everybody, this is Toya in Atlanta, Georgia. I am one of Patchwerk's assistant studio managers. I started in 2004 as a marketing intern, and I slowly graduated into the position that I am today. I am extremely honored and proud to be a part of this studio, a part of this business, a part of a family that has lasted 25 years and continuing. One of the things that I love most about Patchwerk is its familial vibe. It's a huge, just big old family. Whether we decide to agree, disagree, we are family regardless, who loves each other. I know people who started at Patchwerk before I arrived, and I am friends with them. I'm currently obviously friends with the people who I work with now, and I hope to continue to make friends and family. In addition to just that familial vibe, I think I have to give credit to the leadership that allows that environment to thrive. So big shout out to Curtis, Daniel, and Mike Wilson for being great leaders in business and in engineering. And, especially Curtis, he has been there for me through a lot. He helped me get my first home. He's been there when I've been, upset through breakups or whatever. So it goes beyond just the business. And that is one of, the biggest things that I am proud to say about Patchwerk Studios. So happy 25th anniversary, and let's keep on going. Let's make it to 50 years.
I told the big homie I set it off. Bang, I'm Osmond Bangura, Oz Banger, O Banger, call me what you want to end it with a bang. That's me, right? I'm originally from North Carolina, Lexington, North Carolina, from the woods, okay? Like, I think we got like 4 or 5 stoplights in the entire city. But hey, man, it produced me, so here we go, right? I currently reside in Atlanta, Georgia. You see where I'm at. So I've been in Atlanta for almost at least 15 years, something like that. Real years out here, right? But still claim a Carolinian all day. Been here since 2008. I interned here in 2008. I think I got a position working front desk in like 2009, sometime like maybe 2009. And then I left the studio in 2011 for an opportunity that took me out here cross country for like 3 years. And I came back to the studio in like 2014. Not gonna go into that story, but the realest thing is I knew I wanted to come back. So I started running social media while I was gone. So I ran our social media for like 3 years while I wasn't here, just to show them that I want to be here when I get back. So make sure I try to solidify that. So when I did come back, went back into the marketing position, and then eventually became a manager here. And I've been holding it down under the great queen, Toya, ever since, right? Working with this amazing team here. What do I appreciate most about Patchwerk is all these stars you see on the walls, plaques, whoa, crazy, crazy, crazy. But we work with them just the same today, but we work with the independents just the same. A person who just started a career can literally come in here and have the same quality of these other individuals. And I think that's great. This is the great equalizer in here. Like, again, if you're dedicated and you're willing to do the work, great things can happen for you. I've seen people pay $5 a week for their session just to do a single deal. You know what I mean? And the thing is not how long it took you, is when you got done, you crossed that finish line, and you got a great product that you can take anywhere in the world that can compete with any of these people that you see as far as quality goes. That's dope. So I've seen a lot of individuals really turn up and become superstars in here in my tenure. So that's amazing. I think that's one of the reasons I'm still here, because that's a beautiful thing, to share stories and share life experience with some of these individuals who go on to impact millions. And that's what Patchwerk does, it impacts millions of people daily. Crazy story, or my fondest memory, like I said, if we had a Patchwerk After Dark, that's a whole different series. I don't know, somebody can create that one. That's a whole different series. Patchwerk after like 6, 7 o'clock at night. Whoa. But coolest thing I've seen, I can remember, I don't remember the year, but Red Bull rented out 9,000 for like the entire week. And it just happened to be like, I think the week before our anniversary. And they just redid the whole studio, man. And it was the home for like the Red Bull Academy. So he was doing like the radio shows and doing interviews in the live room. It was crazy, crazy. Like, they just revamped the entire studio. So to be a part of that process and watch all these different people come in, that was an exciting time. That was exciting to see, and see how we could really transform this studio. Side note, I've been a part of a wedding here. We did a whole wedding. So it's like, man, what can't we do? We've done a 5K run. All these things is possible. And I think that's a testament, again, to the studio. Like, man, we just get it done. We do what we want, and we implement our own rules and make it happen. Gotta love that. Gotta love that energy. Yeah, that's one of my memories. Like I said, man, if we really go there, I know everybody who's going to watch this video has at least 50 stories, if not more, of stuff they probably can't say. So I'd love to have that conversation with you. Let's start another page or something to get that going for sure. But man, salute, 25 years, man. Oh my goodness. I'm an 80s baby, you dig? So I'm very influenced by a lot of stuff that came out of the studio in the 90s, man. Rest in peace. Again, I'm influenced by East Coast music a lot, so I got to meet Prodigy, Bob Deep, rest in peace. A lot of great individuals before they pass come through here. But again, man, share your stories. I can't wait to hear everybody. And again, for the anniversary, Lord willing, things, I don't know, we find whatever this normal is going to be, we can really come together and share these stories, laugh, cry, and everything in between, man. Salute, Patchwerk, 25 years of excellence. You know that. Peace.
Hey family, it's Stephanie, better known as Red Maiden, and to some Big Sis. And I am originally from Columbus, Ohio. I've lived in Atlanta, Georgia for 15 years, and I currently live in East Point, a great city ran by an excellent mayor. I worked for Patchwerk for about 5 years, the early 2000s. I'm not quite sure what the exact year was, but somewhere in the early 2000s. And I truly appreciate the entire experience. All the way to Kurt, letting me go because he said I was too talented to sit behind the desk. And I really appreciate that. And I also appreciated those one-on-one times with Toya and Marlon and, Adrian and Leslie, just everybody, and us doing what we could to encourage each other and to help each other understand what was going on with our lives outside of the studio. And it was just a cool thing to be considered as big sis and to know that my wisdom and words of encouragement and love was embraced and respected by everyone there. And I truly appreciate that. So a funny story. This may not be funny to Kurt, but it's definitely funny to me, especially 2020 hindsight, right? So everybody knows about the famous Spunkmeyer cookies. And this particular day, I did not have enough weed to roll up a nice fatty. And I will deny any of this if this ever gets out. I'm just letting you know. But anyway, I did not have enough weed to roll up a fatty. But there were a couple of Spunkmeyer cookies in the freezer. So it was a weekend shift, so my weekend shifts were usually 12 hours. I will open up, and if we didn't have an extra late session, then I would close up. And this particular morning, since I didn't have my medicine, I decided to take 3 Spunkmeyer cookies and sprinkle what I had in my baggie on top of the cookies. So, they were smelling so good. I just couldn't wait. I was pacing back and forth, making sure they didn't get too hard, too soft, just right. And so they came out. I let them cool a little bit. Might have even burnt my tongue on one of them, and I ate them back to back, and there was 3 of them. And all I know is that I was paranoid the entire time I was there. I mean, just paranoid. I thought I was hearing things. I thought someone would know. I thought that somebody...
My name is JC Kidd. I'm originally from Long Beach, California. I'm currently living in Atlanta, Georgia. I started working at Patchwerk around, I want to say 2000 or 2004, because I got out of prison in 2003. And what's crazy is that where I lived at, Curtis' younger brother Marlon, we stayed in the same complex, and I used to always see him late at night, because I used to always be outside smoking, or early a.m., and we just started chopping it up. And he found out I was from Long Beach, and I found out that he was from Carson, and we connected just like that. Anyone who knows about California, Carson and Long Beach are just like neighbors. So Marlon would take me up to the studio late at night, while he was working, so I could just, see what he does and get that, this whole studio, vibe and everything. And man, I was amazed, man. I was just amazed, and I was saying to myself, I gotta get in. I got to get in. So I was just bugging Marlon about trying to get on. So he introduced me to Sonar, who was the nighttime manager at that time. I filled out my application. I actually lied on the application, but it got me to meet Kurt. And man, Kurt, such a great man. He looked me in my eyes and he asked me some questions, and I told him the truth, and he hired me. And the what I like most about Patchwerk is that it's family oriented. I could come to Mike or Kurt about anything, you know what I'm saying? Anything, after hours or whatever, and they're going to talk to you and assist you, and they're going to tell you straight up. And that's what I love about Patchwerk, and that's what I love about Kurt. straight up because I'm a straight up person. And one of my most memorable things at Patchwerk has to be meeting Hulk Hogan. That's right, the Hulkster. At the time, Jazzy Faye was working on Hulk Hogan's daughter's album, and Hulk Hogan was in the kitchen area, and I guess he needed something, I don't know, but I had helped him, and I just told him, I said, man, I'm one of your biggest fans. He said, come here, brother. I said, oh shit. He had a beer in one hand. I mean, his hands are so damn big, like he just crushed the can. But he had a beer in one hand, and he took his other arm and took it around my neck and put me in a chokehold. And I was like, wow. And that was like one of the coolest things ever. So yeah, I love Patchwerk. I'm still here. I don't plan on going anywhere. Currently working the front desk at night. I love it. And yeah, it's family with me. So, and Kurt knows how I ride for Patchwerk, and he knows how passionate I am. So yeah, I'm here till the wheels fall off.
Hi everyone, my name is Jonette Gogui, and I am from Long Beach, California. However, I lived in Atlanta for 10 years off and on. I originally moved to Atlanta in 2000 and started working at Patchwerk 2001 to 2003, and I was an admin assistant working underneath Sinar and Kurt. It was my first job and first real job in Atlanta, and I was terrified because I never had any real office experience. I basically did retail. And Kurt, who is a longtime friend of my sister's from California, he basically hired me as an admin and threw me in there. And I just learned as I went, thanks to Sinar and Kurt. Some valuable lessons that I've taken from working at Patchwerk. Man, there's so many. It was my first real job. I will say initially when I first started, I was really shy, and I didn't have great people skills. I was always scared to speak up, and yeah, I would just say communication skills for sure. Negotiation skills Kurt taught me. Man, that like helped me like no other. What else? Don't always take no for an answer. If you're looking for a result and someone tells you no, keep going until you actually get the result that you want. I learned that from Kurt. And that it's okay to make mistakes. You live and learn. It's my first experience, and I made a lot of mistakes, but I knew better than to make them again. So I will say there's value in every experience that you receive, especially with regards to work. We all start somewhere, and I will say that my experience at Patchwerk helped me in my career today, because all I do is communicate with people. All I do is interact with people, and I'm grateful for the people skills that Kurt taught me, because I feel that it's only helped me in my career now. A funny story. I remember Kurt asked me to get a cake for sorry, my son is like watching my video. Okay. Say hi.
Hi.
Hi. Say happy anniversary to Patchwerk.
Happy anniversary.
Okay, go on, go. Sorry, mom life. But the lesson the funny story that Kurt, that I have with Kurt or at Patchwerk, Kurt had me get a birthday cake for Mike, and I called around, and he gave me a place to call in particular. I think it was nearby, and they've received cakes from them before. So I called them, ordered a cake. We got a cake for Mike, and I gave Kurt the receipt, and Kurt had a fit because it was a $40 cake and not a $15 cake. So I was never allowed to pick out cakes after that. But yeah, that was my funny story. Man, I've had so many. Working at Patchwerk was such a great time and such a great experience, and I wouldn't have changed it for the world. So I will definitely take those and treasure them for a lifetime. So I think that's all I got, folks. But happy anniversary at Patchwerk, and 25 years is a long time, which only makes me feel older. But that's awesome. Like, that's amazing. There's a lot of companies that don't even go that far. So congratulations. I'm excited for you guys and to be part of that history. And I guess that's about it.
It's the one and only. What's happening? It's your boy Marlon Daniel, aka Blaze One. I'm from Carson, California, and I reside in Ackworth, Georgia. Pardon my mask, I just had some dental work done, and I'm all swelled up. Plus the corona is thick on my side of town. Patchwerk Recordings. Where can I start? I couldn't even tell you when I started. I worked for Freddie my whole life. You know, he had me running downstairs to get the remote control. He had me taking out the trash. He had me running my whole life. So I've been working for Patchwerk forever. No, all jokes aside. As far as the studio though, you know, I started, I want to say around 2001. I was a runner. I used to go get food and do all that stuff, you know what I mean? My whole career at Patchwerk, I did the same thing. I never upgraded. I never moved up a level. I never got a raise. No, no, all jokes aside, man, I love Patchwerk, man. You know, I learned a lot there. I got to meet so many people. I built so many relationships that I cherish to this day. It was just an overall great experience, you know. The whole staff, you know what I mean? Well, when I was there, which was for like a decade or so, everybody was just, it was all love, you know? My fondest memory of Patchwerk, I want to say, it's probably when Gucci came through. No. It was when Dr. Dre, T.I. and them came through, and they brought the whole strip club with them. Yeah, that night was off the chain. You know what I mean? I got me a lap dance. I mean, off the clock. I was off the clock. I got me a lap dance. Good times, man. A lot of good times at Patchwerk. A lot of good times. Hey, much success. Many more years. #1 studio in the game, baby.
Hey, my name is Fat Prophet, and I live in Atlanta, Georgia. I've been in Patchwerk since early 2000s. We first had a group signed, Southwest Clique. Me and the owner's brother, best friend, growing up in Carson, from Carson, California, of course. Yeah, we first signed, ventured into learning the business side, being mentored more by Kurt. Kind of stepped into a different role and different positions as time kind of grew on. Funny memory that I have is when I first started working at the studio, probably like a weekend, I get a phone call from Kurt, and he's like, go walk in the hallway. First he's asking how everything went. Did everything go good? And I'm like, yeah, everything's fine. I'm like, go in the hallway. So I go in the hallway, and he's like, look under the Young Jeezy plaque and tell me what you see. Do you see a needle down there? So I look down, I see a needle on the ground. I'm like, yeah, there's a needle here. And he's like, so you've been doing your job? And I was like, yeah, he was like, man, you ain't doing your job. If you was doing your job, you wouldn't have missed this needle. The moral of the story was pay attention to the smallest things and you'll never miss the big thing. That just kind of stuck with me in my lifetime as I progress and move forward doing business and stuff like that. Veteran, been down since being down. Yeah, and from now to infinity. So happy 25th anniversary. Thank everybody for the big and small things they contributed And we already know we about to keep it rolling. Deuces.
What's up, Patchwerk family? This is Javaro Watson, aka Skills, aka Forehead Red. You know what I mean? I worked at Patchwerk for about 10 years through the whole Cash Money era. We had so many eras during that time, but yeah, almost about 10 years. It just furthered my way into becoming a man and learning about the music industry and getting close to people. And that's my family pretty much. My greatest experience, I don't know, had to be between meeting all the different artists that I met, and I think me losing the 7 mile and 6 minute bet against Curtis. I'm still tired from that shit. Anyway, y'all have a good one, man. Forehead Red out.
Hi there, my name is Karem Gayton. I'm from Guadalajara, Mexico. I currently live in Phoenix, Arizona. I used to work at Patchwerk for about 1.5 years. It was like 2006 to 2007, like just the very beginning. And I was helping Curtis with the PR of one of his artists, Southwest Click. It was pretty fun. He gave me the opportunity to work with them, and it was pretty interesting because before this I was working in the music industry, but in a different type of music. And I came to Patchwerk and just meeting the guys, and I really liked the environment and everybody was nice to me. So yeah, just congratulations, Curtis, for the 25 years. You've done a great job. Thank you.
My name is Corey Griffin, but everybody call me KG, and I'm from Brooklyn, New York. I currently live in Atlanta, Georgia, and I worked at Patchwerk from 2003 to 2007 as the front desk / night manager. What I appreciate about Patchwerk the most is his relationships, the bondship that we created there, the loyalty that was established there, the friendship that's still involved to this day. I met so many friends there that I currently talk to this day, and relationship just go this long. When it comes down to music industry, mixing and beats or anything of that nature was created in Patchwerk. My fondest memories is when we all used to have to go to. We used to do the Christmas EP. You had to come out with your talent and record it and put it on wax, and we sent it out to the whole industry via email. That was one of my fondest memories, and also my first placement. Patchwerk was like home. It's my family for life. I still continue to go there to this day. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Ray C. I'm originally from Miami, Florida. I currently live in Atlanta, Georgia. Relocated back up here 10 years ago. I started working at Patchwerk back in the early 2000s, working with DJ Toon, Drama Boy, working TI projects, until currently to present. What I appreciate about Patchwerk is the fact that, coming from Miami, you guys never treated me like an outsider. You always embraced me, welcomed me to the studio, and that I really appreciate that. And that's why I continue to keep working there. A funny story: the first time I met Curtis, we were sitting there in the lobby talking, having a good conversation. As as many people know, Kurt can talk. Good conversation, nothing long and drawn out. And long story short, it came around I'm like, you're the owner of the studio? And Kurt was like, yeah, I was like, come on, really? I was like, you own this studio? He's like, yeah. He said, Kurt said, yeah, man, I get that a lot just because I'm black. A brother can't own a studio. Well, hey, I apologize for being part of that crew. But yeah, I was really impressed that, you know, Kurt has owned the studio and worked the studio for 25 years and is still going strong. And, you know, I'm gonna keep working there until the doors close. Keep up the good work. Happy 25th. And I'll see you soon. Have a good one. Peace.
What's going on? My name is Corey Anders. I am originally from San Jose, California, and I'm a mix engineer. I started my career at Patchwerk back in 2003. I was fortunate enough to land a position in their intern program and just work my way up. When I became an assistant, I got to assist legendary mixer Leslie Brathwaite, which truly I can't even quantify how much that has meant to me and my career on so many levels. It's actually a great friend now. One thing I can say about Patchwerk is that it has always been a melting pot of creativity and talent. And it's like on any given day, you have multiple rooms going at the same time, and an artist in one room might overhear, you know, a producer in another room creating, and next thing you know, that synergy is, they end up working together and, you know, epic music is created. So that's one of the cool things about Patchwerk, is it's always been that melting pot, and, you know, sort of helped facilitate a lot of the music that has shaped a generation or two. So shout out to Patchwerk on their 25th year in business, and much luck to y'all moving forward. Just thanks for allowing me to be a part of y'all's history.
Happy 25th anniversary, Patchwerk. This is D Brown, military brat, so I'm from everywhere, currently in LA. Started Patchwerk in 2008, interned to staff engineer. Luckily enough, I was hired by Corey Anders. I think what I appreciate most about Patchwerk is your ability to learn there. There's always somebody willing to teach you or help you out or show you something, but there was never a time where you felt wrong for asking a question or trying to get better at something. It's definitely a safe haven to grow. So I think that's one of the things I appreciate most about Patchwerk. My fondest memory is definitely the first time that I stepped foot in the halls. Like, there's just nothing like seeing all the plaques and all. You just want to be a part of that, and it's a cool experience. I don't think no matter how many times you go through it, it's still like, oh, that's awesome. But the very first time, it's just something special. So thank you for letting me be a part of the history. I owe everything to Patchwerk. Thank you guys so much. Happy 25th anniversary, and hope you guys get another 25 more. Thank you.
Hey, what's going on? My name is Miles Walker. I'm a mix engineer that lives here in Atlanta, Georgia, and I first started as an intern at Patchwerk. I got hired by Steve Fisher, and was really excited to work at Patchwerk because one of my mentors and engineers I looked up to, Leslie Brathwaite, worked there. I just wanted to get on the scene and try and learn from him. So I was really grateful to meet Curtis and Mike and everybody else, and along with a couple other interns that are still good friends, Jeremy Stevenson, Denny Ogle. We were just trying to make it work over there in the studio. It was a great experience, and I'm really grateful to Curtis and to everybody there for the chances to learn and become a better engineer. It's a shout out for the 25th anniversary. I actually remember when I was there, I think we were celebrating the 15th anniversary. I got the chance to DJ upstairs for the whole crowd. Me, Jay, KG on the microphone, wiling out, shouting out everybody. It was a real great time, and I'm really grateful to Patchwerk Studios for all the opportunities they've given me in my career and getting me set up in Atlanta ever since I moved here. Just wanted to be a young engineer in the game. So thank you very much, Curtis. Congrats on your success. Mike, congrats. Shout out to everybody. Hope you all are doing well.
What's up? This is Jeremy Stevenson, currently residing in Atlanta, Georgia, from Hinesville, Georgia. I interned at Patchwerk from January 2005 until fall of 2006. The things I guess I kind of like, or the thing that I most appreciated about my time at Patchwerk was the relationships. A lot of people that I met 15 years ago while I was interning, I'm still friends with to this day. Chris Cornish, me and him have a management company together. Miles Walker, who's kind of like a mentor and my best friend. Still to this day, we do business together. Like, he mixes records for my clients, and I don't know, those are two people who've been instrumental in my career to this point. And, even Curtis giving me shot after shot, looking out for me post Patchwerk, always extending like a helping hand, and, just kind of being there for you. I think that's like one of the more important things that I've learned about this industry. Is like, it's all relationships. The people that you come up with are gonna be the people who support you, One of the funniest stories, I guess, would be just the nights where we would have to clean up after sessions and, talking with everybody at the end of the night, and, just learning, asking, questions, and, talking about different, things that kind of like actually helped me excel my career as an engineer to that point. Those are probably some of my my best memories. I won't get into it. I don't want to get anyone in trouble, because I know Kurt is gonna watch this, but some of those things, it was just like, some of the better parts of your career, just kind of like when you're figuring stuff out, sharing your dreams and your hopes and stuff with people, and kind of like figuring stuff out, It's where a lot of those relationships that play such a big part in my career now, a lot of that stuff was started at the end of the night cleaning up. So, if it wasn't for Patchwerk and, instilling that work ethic into me, and, those principles of like, paying it forward, and, just working really hard, and kind of like understanding the opportunity, that's given to you by working in the music industry. If it wasn't for Patchwerk, I wouldn't be where I'm at today. So, thank you.
Is this thing on? Yo, what's happening, man? It's Renegade L. Ray, Southern Eagle Music Group all day. And I'm from Memphis, Tennessee, for those who don't know. And I live here in Atlanta currently. How did I come to Patchwerk? I actually came to Patchwerk by way of one of my homies who hooked me up with an internship under Corey Andrews and Leslie Rothway. So, shout out to those guys. I was an audio engineer intern, currently an artist and a writer, and still an audio engineer to this day. So shout out to everybody that has helped me along the way. Patchwerk, one of the things I love about Patchwerk is they are a family, no matter what. You get what I'm saying? So even though I have gone on to progress to other things in my life, they have remained a foundation, and they have remained behind me as an artist, because I still take my records to them as an artist to master. And also when I mix records, I send my clients to them for mastering. So shout out King Mix. Shout out to Kurt for all the help. Shout out to Toya for always holding me down, getting me together. You get what I'm saying? Funny story. Do I have a funny story? Should I tell it? Yeah. Okay. One of the reasons I think Mike don't like me, when I was an intern, right? They had this little book, intern manual. Nobody told me about it. I just came on aboard. You get what I'm saying? So I didn't know about tech powered and dirty powered and whatever. So Mike says, hey, can you go and vacuum 9000? Sure, no problem. I go and get the vacuum, plug it up at the credenza, turn it on, boom, blew the speakers. Damn, I didn't know. He go off on me. Didn't you read the manual? What manual? Nobody gave me the manual, but hey, now I know. I think that's why Mike don't like me, but I still fuck with you to this day, buddy, and I spend my money with y'all no matter what. Yeah, real shit.
What's going on, everybody? My name is Nico Solis. I was a intern at Patchwerk. I worked my way up and became an engineer, or assistant and an engineer. I started off in 03, roughly around 03, with two of my roommates, Mike and Howard. Pretty much it was pretty much memorable from the time I got there. So my first session I can remember was Polo the Don with the Runts. From there, from the whole BMF scene coming through, a couple years later through the Boys in the Hood and eventually meeting Jeezy through that whole scene and working with, we got the chance to do the finish up the Trap or Die mixtape at Patchwerk and Thug Motivation 101. We did the Boys in the Hood CD there. We mixed it. I mixed it while I was still pretty much interning. And everything, man. Just me, coming up with Justice League, Drummer Boy, everybody, man. Coach K, and just seeing that whole scene. Eventually going on to work with Jazzy, and seeing the whole Sierra. Worked with Jazzy for a few years, but yeah, man, Patchwerk is a beautiful place, man. It's a place where you can pretty much tell everybody it's a cheat code, because there's no other place like it in the world, I think. And I've been a few places, not too many places, but to me it's one of the greatest places in the world, because it helps a lot of people jump skip to a whole nother level, without having to go through a lot of the politics that comes with this industry. So Curtis, Bob, even Mike, thank you guys so much, man. You guys gave me a hell of an opportunity. You guys give a lot of people lots of opportunity. To everybody that I worked with, you know what I'm saying? I love you guys. Shit. It's happy, I guess, 25th. And I thought I missed the deadline, but appreciate it, Kurt. So I'll see y'all. Thank you.
Yo, what's going on, Patchwerk? I heard y'all turning 25. My name's Howard, or I go by the name of H. I'm from Miami, Florida. I'm still here in Atlanta, Georgia. I started off with y'all in 2003 as an intern, and I worked my way up as an engineer in y'all facility, which I was blessed to do, man. So I wanted to say congratulations. I wish and I hope another 25 for y'all. Salute. Bye.
Yo, what up? This Chris King from Atlanta, Georgia. You know what I'm saying? I still live here in Atlanta. I worked back at Patchwerk from like 05 to late 07. One of the things I definitely appreciate about Patchwerk is, all the love they show, the people that I've met there and that I'm still connected with, just throughout working, over the years. And every time I come back, Curtis and Mike, man, they always show me love, it's always like a family there. Funny story I got about Patchwerk, it's something that happened to me, only 2 people know about it. If you remember the front desk, security, Rudy and Durante. So one day I left from work early, I had the night off. It was one of the rare nights that I didn't have CD duplications, to basically press out like 50,000 of them. The young cats don't know nothing about that. But got off work early, maybe like turn up, that's what I was thinking. So I was out with some females and a good group of friends, and they was about to head somewhere else, but I ducked off and stopped at the studio just to chop it up with Rudy and Durante and my boys. So never thought that what would happen next would happen. So I'm sitting there chopping over with Durante at the front desk where they used to have a couch right there. So the couch, you'd been there for a minute and it was super comfortable. So me chopping over Durante and going through my phone, man, I fell asleep. And when I jumped in, like when I came through the front door just to holler at him at the front desk, I left my car running. So my car was sitting right in front of Patchwerk and I had that jump running and I fell asleep on the couch. So when I woke up, it's like 5, 6 o'clock in the morning in the 995 room, the session's still going. So I woke up like, oh man, I forgot, man, I was supposed to meet up with them girls. Then I was like, damn, I forgot I left my car running. So I went outside, Durante sitting there like, damn, man, you left your car running. So I go outside, my car gone. I'm like, oh man, I can't believe I left the car running and some nigga that walked down the street just jumped in my shit. I felt like an idiot, right? So I'm sitting there, I come back inside, and I'm like, man, Durante, bruh, I can't believe I left my car running, man, and somebody stole my shit. So he was like, what? He was like, man, I can't believe that, right? So I go to looking in my pockets, right, to look for my phone, right, and my guy just woke up, so I'm still like, yeah, what the... So I'm going in my pockets, and it's a bunch of peanuts in my pockets, right? I'm pulling out peanuts, like peanuts out my pocket, right? So I'm like, bro, what the hell? So Durante looks over. He just like, man, I can't hold it up. But he started busting out laughing, and then I hear Rudy on the phone laughing from the back desk. You know what I'm saying? The 9000 room. Man, they don't, like, when I fell asleep, I guess they had planned it. You know what I'm saying? One person watched both doors, and they took my car and parked it in the back. So when I woke up, they didn't say shit, and they had me going crazy for a minute. But you know what I'm saying? That's my funny story about Patchwerk. It's a couple more, but no, that was one about me. All right.
Happy 25 years, Patchwerk. This is Dennis Ogle here, Denny Ogle. I'm out here in St. Louis. Grew up here in St. Louis, back in St. Louis now. I was out in Atlanta for many years. Started at Patchwerk back in 2004 after I graduated from Full Sail. Worked my way up through there as intern, assistant engineer for mixing, then engineer as well. You know, I appreciate Patchwerk for giving me that opportunity, you know, to do something I love to do, just to be around music, to be in that area, to be around those people. It was a great experience of my life. Really enjoyed it. You know, I got some good stories from Patchwerk. It's constant memories. It's like the college days, man. You know, always remembering all the folks. So it seemed like it was yesterday, and it was 15 years ago for me. You know, back in 2004 to 2009 is when I was there. Got a real good story. Was working with Mike Wilson, and I was assisting a session with him, and you know, John Legend shows up, and then we pull up a song called Green Light Go. Well, we get the producer, I believe it was Melee that put that together. So we get everybody set up. We're hanging out. We're looking, you know, going through some stuff on the song there, and then all of a sudden Andre 3000 shows up. He runs straight in the booth, nothing written down. We cut the song on, and he just put down his verse to Green Light Go. That was just an amazing moment for me because I've never met him before, and you know, growing up with Outkast, listening to Outkast, it's you know what got me really wanting to come to Patchwerk from get-go. So you know, that moment there, coming in and Andre jumping in there and just hitting the booth and just knocking it out and throwing the hook down and everything, it was pretty amazing to watch, pretty amazing to see. You know, I'll never forget that moment. We had so much good times at Patchwerk. It was a great time. So again, happy 25th. You guys been around for a while. Staple Studio in Atlanta there. Always good people. Kurt, thank you for the opportunity. You know, everything I did and learned at Patchwerk, I've always applied to my life. You know, it's just great place, great people, great atmosphere. You know, happy 25.
So my name is Adrian Dickey, also known as AD. I'm from Tallahassee, Florida, residing currently in Tallahassee, Florida. I worked at Patchwerk from 2006 to about 2010. Made my way to Atlanta from Full Sail. I graduated from Full Sail, and I was an intern at Patchwerk, or started as an intern, worked my way up as an assistant engineer there. My time at Patchwerk was monumental for me. Again, I started there when I was about 20 years old, so I was really young, coming from Florida, moving to Atlanta, you know, being up there by myself, living on my own, kind of for the first time. And for me, Patchwerk really had a big part in the growth of just me becoming a man and becoming somebody to do music in this industry. In my career, you know, it had a big part on that, just who I am today. So I really appreciate Patchwerk for that. I always love Patchwerk for the family atmosphere that it has. Haven't worked at Patchwerk in 10 years, but it still always feels like family when you walk through the door. Still talk to some of the people that I met way back then today, you know, do business and things like that. And it's always great to come to Patchwerk and talk to those people and things like that. Learned a lot at Patchwerk. Again, like I said, it's just always been like family for me. One of my fondest memories, I guess, when it comes to Patchwerk is really just being a part of history and kind of seeing history evolve right in front of your face. At the time, in my time being there, I saw the rise of people like Gucci Mane, Mike Will, just really seeing these people start from the beginning and become, major players in the game. And so, being at Patchwerk and seeing that firsthand and learning and just being a part of history has always been a great thing for me, and I'm very appreciative of that. Always been appreciative of Kurt, Mike, Bob. Guys have always helped me out when I needed it while I was at Patchwerk. I even worked at the desk a little bit while I was interning. So Kurt allowed me to do that. But overall, like I said, man, love Patchwerk. Always been like a family, and congratulations on 25 years. It's great, man. Just excited for y'all. Congratulations to you, Kurt and Mike. And you've always been a blessing. Y'all have always been a blessing to not only me, but to everybody that's walked through those doors. So congratulations on those 25 years.
Hi, my name is Thomas Murphy. I'm from Morgantown, West Virginia, and I moved to Atlanta, Georgia in 2003, specifically to work at Patchwerk Recording Studios. I now live in Alpharetta, which is about 45 minutes away. I started as an intern. I did my 10 months free internship, sleeping on the couch, grinding, learning invaluable experiences along the way, and then worked up to tracking engineer. And I also ran Kurt's CD duplication business in the basement. Lots of fond memories. That was my family. I've got so many lifelong friends that I met along the process. This was 2004 when T.I., Jeezy, Lil Wayne, BMF, this was the heyday. So I've got all kinds of stories. I'll share just a few. I remember a flood occurring one time, and Kurt asked me if I was gonna ruin my brand new Nikes, because I was about to jump in and get the drain unflooded. I get the drain undone. And he said, "Are you sure you want to ruin your brand new shoes?" I said, "Absolutely, let's go. We gotta save these reels." So I think I earned some points that day. I remember Jeezy sending me to Chantrell's, which is deep in the hood, and a crackhead jumping on my car, starting washing my windshield with a Brillo pad. I had to give him a couple bucks just to get off and leave me alone. Actually, I still have the order on him. I'll show you a picture later. I saved the form that Jeezy wrote her on. Some of my fondest memories are Twister being in the studio, which is one of my favorite rappers of all time. Steve Fisher let me know, "Hey, I'm gonna take a break. Let me know when Twister comes back in the studio." Probably half an hour later, he asked me, "Hey, has he not come back yet?" And I said, "No, there's just some short, chubby guy in there." He's like, "That's Twister." I was like, I'd never seen the guy. Anyway, quick little funny story. I remember Kurt, my first time doing a clean edit was for Sierra's Goodies remix. And I was showing him the different ways I can do it, asking him, "Do you want me to do reverse? Do you want me to do lo-fi? Do you want me to grunge it?" He said, "Just make it sound good. Make it sound good." And I remember that was just so awesome, so perfect. And the fact that he put that trust in me just meant the world to me. Just being able to work there was an amazing opportunity. I'll never forget it. Someday I hope to get back to mixing engineering, so you may see me in there again. I remember Mike Wilson taking me to his live shows when he was in a band and letting me do the live sound. And there's a reason he's got that long hair now. He was good. Just all the people I got to work with, from the front desk to management, the different producers, different engineers, just all the different techniques you can learn. It was just the spot. I miss it so much even to this day, and I try to find the time to get down there every once in a while just to say what's up. Anyway, congratulations on 25 years. I hope there's 25 more to come. I'm out.
3. Let's get it.
How y'all doing? Happy 25th anniversary of Patchwerk. This is Gary Jones, man. I worked there in 2005 to 2008, early 2009. Man, I miss everybody, man. I love all y'all, man. Kurt, man, everybody, man. Good times at Patchwerk, man. Good times. I'm from Atlanta. You know, I went to Full Sail, man. Had the opportunity to work up there, man. Kurt always looked out for me. You know, I ain't been there in a while, man, but it's still my family home. I love all y'all. I miss y'all, man. And I'll see y'all soon. Another 25 years, Patchwerk. Yeah, you know what, man? I remember being an intern at Patchwerk out of Full Sail, man. That was some good times. It was hard work, late nights, you know, but, man, those were some of the best times we had, man. Kurt, no, we hated, we hated burning them CDs. But you know what, to the young engineers, to stand there, man, be consistent, don't give up, you know, it'll pay off, man. You know, one day I was down there burning them CDs. Kurt said, I need an engineer to Studio 9000. I get up there, it's Gucci and OJ. You know what I mean? Another engineer didn't show up. I just so happened to do a good job, thank God. You know, took my horn. I recorded Gucci for the next few years. You know, me and Corey Anderson. Man, shout out to Corey Anderson. I love that boy. And Leslie, Denny, Jay, Kurt, my boy Chris King. That's my real partner right there, Chris King. I love all y'all up there. Blaze, Prophet, Jay. Man, thank you, Patchwerk, man. I'm still engineering to this day, thanks to God, man. Tell Gucci when you see me, I'm still engineering, man. Hit Gary up. I also want to thank Mike Wilson, when you taught me a lot. I remember assistant engineering under you, missing. You taught me a lot, man. Nico, man, I miss all y'all. Tony Ray, I thank all y'all. I learned a lot from everybody. God bless.
Hey, what's up? It's your boy Sean Payne. I'm from Michigan, Ypsilanti, Michigan. And I started my career at Patchwerk as an intern. And then I made my way up through the ladder and got my first break dealing with Waka. And then, because Queso Engineering helped me with that, then I ended up working for Gucci for a while. And I was an audio engineer at Patchwerk, from an intern to audio engineer. And it's a good place. I enjoy Patchwerk because they embrace you, they teach you, they help you. And they're just there to help. And it's a good facility, and the sound quality is impeccable. And a fond memory that I have of Patchwerk is, I remember it was BET weekend, and a lot of the engineers were out of town. So I was an intern, but I was able to actually make some money because I was the tracking engineer for a lot of sessions. French Montana, everybody that came in, I worked like maybe 17 hours straight. And the fondest memory is when Diddy came in, and he came in with his engineer the first time, and I was an assistant engineer at that session. But then his engineer, Matty, was a little tired or something, so Diddy left, so we didn't know if they was coming back or not, but he ended up coming back. And Matty wasn't there, so I was actually able to record Diddy. But Diddy came in, no shoes on, just ready to go. So I remember that, and that gave me like inspiration, like, yeah, if this man got so much money and he's so willing to still work hard, then I gotta keep going. So, shout out to Patchwerk, shout out to Kurt, shout out to the whole community. Let's work.
Hello out there. My name is Luther Banks, and I am from Atlanta, currently in Atlanta. And I got to Patchwerk in 2010. I'm still here. I'm one of the mix and recording engineers and loving every minute of it. And one of the main things about Patchwerk that I really enjoyed, and what actually drew me to the place, was the professionalism, was how things are handled here, and top down. So from management all the way to the engineers, all the way down to the interns, and just keeping the building clean so that every client has the same experience and wants to come back and wants to work with you. And it's more than just tricks and smoke and mirrors. It just is what it is, right? And I appreciate that genuineness that Patchwerk has, right? And it's been a fun ride here, and hopefully it'll continue to be a fun ride. Even now, I'm looking at myself in this camera and it's tripping me out because I've got the whole, shelter in place hairdo going on right now. So it's kind of weird. But I've had a lot of great sessions here and a lot of fun sessions here, and honestly, like one of the weirdest, funniest, craziest things that's ever happened was me actually assisting on a session. There was a TV show filming 3 days in a row, and I'm, in those situations, you're kind of out of the way, but in communication with everybody that's on set so that you can get things done just in case they need something from you. And I was sitting watching the cameras just to make sure that everything was going all right. And I see coming down the side of the building was a werewolf. And I don't think I've ever mentioned this to anyone, but I'm a huge fan of vampire and werewolf movies. And the level of excitement that went through me at that moment, I don't think I told anybody because I felt kind of like, man, they're going to be tripped out by how excited I am about seeing this dude in a werewolf costume. But that was, it tripped me out. I had to call my wife and tell her what was going on, and I couldn't videotape it or anything like that. I didn't want to take any photos with the werewolf or anything because, it was a TV show. You can't really reveal all that information. So, but that was, hands down. You know what I mean? So, Luther Banks, signing off from Patchwerk. It's my home, bro. It's my home. Yeah.
What's up, guys? Alvern Emmanuel. I also go by Vern. I'm originally from St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands, but I currently reside in Atlanta, Georgia. I've been at Patchwerk for 10 years now, and I'm loving every single year of it. I hope there's many more to come. One of the things that I really appreciate about Patchwerk is the legacy that I was able to be a part of. You can't really ask for more. 25 years is a lot, so did something, right? One of my fondest moments actually of being at Patchwerk was actually working with some of my hometown heroes, Rock City. So if I wasn't working at Patchwerk, that opportunity probably would have never come across to me. So I'm very grateful for that. So I'm here to say I wish Patchwerk another 25 more years and happy anniversary.
Hi, my name is Molly, or formerly known as Damali. I'm originally from Detroit, or Metro Detroit, Michigan. Currently, I live in Middle Georgia, and I migrate between like Hawkinsville, Macon, and Atlanta. But I'm looking to move back to Atlanta very soon, like within the next couple of months. I worked back in Patchwerk in 2012 as an administrative assistant. So I worked up under Curtis with doing like invoices, and Kenny, the mastering engineer, helped a lot with making sure clients had their paperwork together, their ISRC codes, UPC codes, stuff like that. And I made a little cheat sheet to remember the questions. Okay, so that's when I worked, that's what I did. So what I appreciate most about Patchwerk is the looks, because I stayed in the office a lot, so I didn't really get to interact with a lot of our clients or artists too often. But when I did, they would, come into the office and they would just be so happy with their finished products of their music. I enjoyed seeing people who would come there and be like, this is my first time at a studio, or even the vets who've been to the studio multiple times. But I just loved people seeing how happy they were once their work was done, and it was done professionally and it was done correctly via Patchwerk and our engineers and just all the services that we offered. That was great. A funny story would be, it's funny now, at the moment I didn't think it was funny, but when I was training, a client called and was asking me all these questions about our services, like, well, what comes with that? Well, how much do I get? Well, this and that, and just a bunch of questions. And I was like, And come to find out, Curtis had his friend call up there, and basically we did a mock, like, phone conversation trial. And I was so nervous, and I kind of, like, flopped. But it was cool because then I found out, Kurt told me, he was like, no, that was my friend that I had called. And I was just like, oh, thank goodness. Because I was like, I don't know why I was so nervous to be on the phone with people. I don't know. So now it's funny. Looking back on it, it was funny, but I was really like, but yeah, I mean, Patchwerk is so amazing. Everybody who works there is such loving, genuine, creative, and business-oriented beings. I miss it there so much. So let me know if you want me to come back once I move to Atlanta. All right, bye.
Hey everybody, my name is Chantel. I lived in Michigan. I moved to Atlanta to finish college. Now I'm back in Michigan. When I was at Patchwerk, I was an administrative assistant. Then I moved up to weekend studio manager. One of the memories I had was when I first went in, Curtis didn't interview me. He's known me for a very long time. I went and sat down with him. He said, look, I want you to read this book. It's called How to Win Customers and Keep Them for Life. Since then, I've referenced that book. I hold on to it. I go back and read it. In my field, I still deal with a lot of customer service. I wouldn't be where I am now without Patchwerk, without the experience I gained, the leadership skills, the organizational skills, just everything that I've learned there, I've taken with me in my career. And one thing I can say about Patchwerk is you family. Once you get into the Patchwerk family, you family. When I go there, I feel like family, and I miss y'all. Like, I really miss my family. I miss, kicking it with y'all late at the studio, laughing with y'all, the crazy things that we've seen at the studio. I just miss it, and I miss y'all, and I hope y'all doing well. Happy 25th anniversary, Patchwerk, and I know you guys are gonna keep on rolling. You have been nothing but successful. I know you guys will continue to be successful, and I'm proud of everybody, where everybody have came from, all the accomplishments, and I just wish everybody continuous success. Take care. Bye.
Mic check, 1, 2. This is Mr. Soul broadcasting live from Cleveland, Ohio, which is also where I am born and raised. However, in November '96, I moved to Atlanta. Moved to Atlanta, I brought with me a list of recording studios that I had researched from Music Liner Notes. And so after going through the yellow pages, finding these studios and doing some cold calling, around spring of '97 is when Patchwerk gave me the opportunity to come on in. And it was BJ Kerr who introduced me to the studio. At the time, he was the president of the record label that Patchwerk had, which was the home of Razzcast, Mean Green, and Voodoo. So some of my first responsibilities in working with the studio was doing advertising, marketing, and promotional design pieces for those artists, as well as for the studio. And I can say that 24 years later, it's an honor to still be a part of that. And although I'm not heavily invested in designing for the studio, I do appreciate the fact that Kurt still calls me on important projects or calls for my creative direction or creative opinion. So it's definitely a business relationship that transcended to something much more. And so it's always an honor to speak to those types of relationships. So what I did for Patchwerk was a lot of brand identity, designed a lot of logos. I don't want to name them because I don't remember them all, but quite a few logos, the studio brochures, a couple of renditions of the website, some merchandise, and whatever creative services that Kurt needed, I made it a point to, shine my bright light on. One of the things, there's many things that I like about Patchwerk or appreciate about Patchwerk. I think the family vibe and how the studio operates. I think there's a synergy within the studio that caters to its success that I appreciate, and I also appreciate the business infrastructure that is the foundation of the studio. How Curtis runs the studio is quite impressive, And one of the reasons why I always look to him as a big brother and a business mentor. And, as in terms of learning some of the do's and don'ts in business. So shout out to Patchwerk in its 25 years. I don't have any funny stories though. I do have fond memories of coming to the studio and smelling like grape downlators all the time because Gucci was either in the studio or he had recorded the previous night and it wasn't enough incense or whatever fragrance to mask that scent. The perk was strong, it was real strong. But shout out to Patchwerk, man. Congratulations on 25 years. Studios, recording studios don't necessarily make it that long with the track record that you have and starting from an independent space. So shout out to Patchwerk, all the interns, past and present, all the staff, past and present, and much success in the future. Peace.
Hi, I'm Sammy Approved, and I'm from Atlanta, Georgia. I currently reside in Los Angeles/Atlanta. When did I work at Patchwerk? I started at Patchwerk in 2015, shortly after I graduated, and I was an administrative assistant at the front desk, assisting the managers such as Toya and Osman. Currently, I still host the I Do Music podcast, where we've generated over 150 plus episodes with music industry veterans, seasoned producers, songwriters, and just all around legends that have come through the recording studio and have shared their stories with me and you. What do I appreciate most about Patchwerk? I appreciate that everyone understands what it truly means to be legendary. Everybody that's in there and that's worked out of that studio has gone on to do really amazing, great things, and it's always just a pleasure to be around people who want to do more than just be and to just exist. They want to be the best at what it is that they do, whether they're an engineer, whether they're a storyteller like myself, or a videographer like Keyshawn. I've just been blessed to work around some really amazing people who love their job. Funny story or fondest memory at Patchwerk, there's so many, some that I would never share, but one in particular was the time that me, Toya, a few of the engineers, Bern, I'm trying to remember who else was there. We all went and planned a trip to go to San Francisco, and it was so much fun. We stayed in the Airbnb together. We took tours together, and we just had a good time. It was great to get away from the studio and to hang out with my colleagues outside of that space. And then every year there's always a really dope Christmas party, and I always have a lot of fun. Maybe next year I'll challenge Curtis to outdrink him, but it's probably a bad idea. But I always have a good time. I mean, I have so many great stories and memories working at Patchwerk, from the people that I've been able to meet, some of the people I grew up listening to, just being able to walk down those halls and see the records that were produced there. I'm just so grateful to be a part of this story. So thank you to Patchwerk and happy 25 years.
What's going on? This is Luke, and I'm from Charlotte, North Carolina. I started working at Patchwerk in 2012. I remember vividly moving down in September of 2012, and literally 3 days later, I started working at Patchwerk. I found out about Patchwerk through Miles, who was a legendary Patchwerk employee, because I was looking for a place to start interning so I could get my feet wet. And Miles told me about Patchwerk, and his values aligned with their values, which aligned with my values, and I was like, well, I'm going to end up at Patchwerk. So Miles put me in touch with Corey, who got me, an internship interview, and I started interning here. And little did I know that, working at Patchwerk would change my life. I don't think I'd be where I am if it weren't for, coming here and going through the system. It's easy, like in the music industry, to fall into a single player mentality of about me. And at Patchwerk, I found out that it's more than that. It's about community. It's about tradition, and it's about legacy. And those are the things that I hold as hold dearest to me about this place is the tradition and the legacy and the morals and the values. And that's why I hope to work here indefinitely. And as long as Kurt and Mike will allow me to be here, I hope to work here. Because I love the people that work here. They're more than just employees to us. And, it's generational. It's amazing to see, all the original Patchwerk people come back and be a part of this 25th anniversary and still care about it. And they still bleed the colors. And it just goes to show how much, this place means to people. And not the building so much, but the community and what Kurt has laid the foundation for. And I'm forever grateful to Kurt and Mike for allowing me to be a part of that. It's really humbling, and it feels good to feel included in this community. And I'm super proud to work at Patchwerk.
Hey, happy 25th anniversary, Patchwerk Studios. Anthony Majors from Oakland, California. I've been in Atlanta, Georgia. Started Patchwerk July 2015. I've been there ever since. I'm currently a staff engineer, and I really just gotta say Patchwerk's a one-of-a-kind studio. It's family-oriented, everything about it, from the managers to the engineers to everybody that comes through there. We really look out for each other. It's a place of learning and knowledge, and knowledge is freely flowing. And that's not something you can say about everywhere. Some people are really stingy with the knowledge, and it's people there that just give it, willingly. So anytime I've ever had a question or needed help with something, I've always had somebody direct me to where I can find it or help me figure it out. And it's definitely a place where you can build and grow. And as an entrepreneur, as an engineer, as a business person, as a human being, it's a really great establishment, and everybody there is family. So, Kurt sat me down and helped build my LLC with me when I asked him about taxes. Took time out of his busy day just to do that, and there's so many instances like that where I've been able to go to somebody and they stop what they do and help. And that's just something you don't see every day. So I really appreciate that, and I just am grateful for such a historical studio to be a part of something like that. So happy 25 years. It's the reason why it's been 25 years, and we stand on that, and we appreciate everybody that's come through there. The wall is full of your energy. We hope to keep it going another 25, another 50, another 100, and just keep it going. All love, y'all. Thanks.
Hey, what's going on, guys? I'm Daniel Tillerson. I'm from Ocala, Florida. I currently live here in Atlanta, Georgia. I've been here for about 3 years. I started working at Patchwerk back in 2016 when I was hired as an intern, and I worked my way up to become a recording engineer there at the studio. One of the things I appreciate most about Patchwerk is just being able to learn from everyone. From the staff members to the engineers, from, Kurt and Mike, or Toya in the office. Anything I had a question about, I could just ask them, whether it be regards to paperwork or asking the engineer how to set something up, or, if I haven't done nothing before, I'm reaching out to people. It just made it cool, to, ask questions and grow, because a lot of times in this industry, a lot of people, they're not going to help you, and they won't help you, and they don't. But being at Patchwerk kind of showed me to help the next person. And I think that's very important, because that'll go a long way. One of the fondest memories I have about Patchwerk would probably have to be the Christmas party at the cabin. That was probably one of the funnest Christmas parties I've ever been to. Kurt, he had the party bus, leave from the city all the way out to the cabin to make sure everybody was, accommodated well, food, drinks. It was just fun just being around, the other staff members, because, just getting to know each other a lot more and just be able to bond and create a better relationship with each other. So there's a lot of funny moments. I can't even think right now. There's a lot of funny moments that we could all laugh at. But happy 25th anniversary Patchwerk. I'm glad to be a part. D-Tug signing off.
Hey, it's Evan Melville from Greensboro, North Carolina. I'm currently living in Atlanta, Georgia right now. I've worked at Patchwerk since July 2014. I'm still here, and I'm an audio engineer. One of the things that I appreciated most about Patchwerk is the family. You know, my fondest memories have been our team building exercises, our group activities, the Christmas parties, and when I get to see, you know, old Patchwerk employees, and, you know, we all get to let loose a little bit and whatnot. I'm so happy to be a part of this company's legacy. I've learned so much. I've met so many dope people, you know. Happy 25 years, Patchwerk, and here's the 25 years more. I appreciate y'all. Thank you.
What up, though? My name is Mac. I'm from Flint, Michigan. I currently live in Noonan, Georgia. I've been at Patchwerk since March of 2017. I'm currently here now as an engineer. The one thing I do love about what we do and about Patchwerk is the fact that all of us engineers, we share information. So no one ever just holds info. We all give it to each other because you're only going to be as strong as your weakest link. So that's how we strive, and that's what makes us great. And my funniest memory is how Kurt continues to try to bet me to think that Michigan State is going to beat Michigan. It's hilarious, but I'm going to keep taking his money because I appreciate your contribution to all this cool stuff that you see in the background. So, happy anniversary, go blue.
Peace and love, family. My name is Joshua Janias. I'm from Montgomery, Alabama, and I'm currently a tracking engineer at Patchwerk Recording Studios. One of the things I appreciate the most about Patchwerk is the camaraderie, it's the opportunity it provides us. We work with amazing clients every day. The creativity is always flowing, and there's always a vibe in those walls, so you gotta appreciate that about Patchwerk. My most funnest memory about Patchwerk, I was 12 years old when I got my first studio tour there. And the engineers there was telling me, hey, if you want to do this professionally, you got to be formally trained. They threw out the word Full Sail University to me, stuck like glue. Since then, all day, every day has been Full Sail. Full Sail is what drove me to go into the military so I could get all these pretty plaques and rewards. And when I got out of the military, went directly to Full Sail, graduated from Full Sail, moved to Atlanta the next day. A week later, got an interview with Patchwerk, and the rest is history. So, you know, Patchwerk, happy 25th, and here's to 25 more.
What's good, y'all? It's Glenn Thomas. I'm from Las Vegas, Nevada. I currently live in Atlanta. I started working at Patchwerk in 2015 as a recording engineer. I appreciate that Patchwerk always stays up to date in that state-of-the-art facility and that they're always professional. I had the opportunity to have the owner Curtis involved in one of my music videos for my album Elevation, and I always had the opportunity to work with different legends. I appreciate them letting me be a part of their legacy, and I just salute them on 25 years, and I salute them on 25 more.
Hey, what's up? My name is Keyshawn Terrell D. Gillum. I'm from the great Lansing, Michigan, and I currently work at Patchwerk as the camera guy, I guess. I do photos and videos, but I started as a marketing intern September 1st, 2016. And man, I've seen things I never thought existed or was actually real. And I'm from here, this little small city, like there's not much here in Lansing. So coming to Atlanta, finding Patchwerk, it's all because DJ Butcher and Crime, they brought me down there in 2015, and it changed my worldly perspective to see that black people owned and started something so grand and legendary. Changed my life, and then working there changed my life. So every day I'm in Patchwerk is a good memory. Every day I'm in Patchwerk is a good memory. All my experiences, even the bad, quote-unquote bad experiences, have been life lessons that I've learned so much. So thank you to everybody that had anything to do with Patchwerk. I've been shooting and recording these 25th anniversary interviews, so people that I've met like Erica Bryant, like opened up my mind. Laura opened up my mind. Jason, man, it's like every Jarvis, Calfani, like all these different people. Bob, history, so much history. And to everybody that made history, thank you. Thank you for giving so much to the world, the energy, the drama, the pain, the love, the everything that y'all did. Kurt, Mike, everybody. Y'all created something dope that people now my age, because I'm 25 years old, so I'm the same age as the studio, people my age can appreciate a foundation and have a foundation to learn. Like, I was supposed to go to Michigan State, started at LCC right down the street, and I didn't go because I came to Patchwerk, and I feel like I'm in school, like I'm at college still. I'm at almost like an HBCU, and I know it's not the full experience of a school going to a full college, but it feels like that school, that next level of learning and life experience that you would get going to a educational system like a Morehouse or Michigan State, in a sense, because I've met the alumni of Patchwerk, some people I named, and there's so many other people I've met that are alumni of the studio. So it's like a real institution. And shoot, I even got a varsity jacket. I know other people got varsity jackets. So it's like, I really feel like I'm going to an institution. I know I might not have the best grades, and I mess up on my tests every now and then. I'm late to school. But I wouldn't want to be anywhere else. Like, I know I could easily work at any other type of company doing what I do and actually make more money, most likely. But it's not about that to me. The money is like, okay, I'm surviving. And it's like, I got the opportunity. Mike and Kurt gave me the opportunity to make more money, make as much money as I can make. It's up to me. And I like that. I'm like, okay, cool. Like, I got to learn how to market my stuff. I got to learn how to do good business. I got to learn how to be the best version of me. And Patchwerk, I don't know anywhere else but Patchwerk where they encourage you to learn how to be your best. And if you're doing good, they'll pay you while teaching you to be your best. I don't know anywhere else where that type of thing exists, and I'm in love with the place. I love the energy, the history, the bonds that through time that I've learned about and seen and heard, and the stories. I'm Patchwerk for life. My life is literally Patchwerk. I think about it and do it every day, and there's literally nothing else, nowhere else in the world other than this great place in Lansing, Michigan, that I would rather be. Like, if I'm not here in my hometown, I'm at Patchwerk. I'm Patchwerk for life. I love it. Thank you, Kurt. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Bob, BJ, Jason. I could go on through a list of people that I've been told helped create all this. Freaking Razkaz, Mean Green. Like, I've been told so many people. And I hope I speak to all of you one day. I really hope I can sit down with everyone and just get your slice of the story and what you did, because it's dope. It's dope. Patchwerk is the definition of gangster to me, because how you come to a city that you've never been in and take over and become the most legendary place in the world. That's gangster. Peace.
Hope everyone is doing well out there. My name is Jonathan Bullock, originally from the Windy City, Chicago, Illinois, but currently residing in Douglasville, Georgia. I've held a few positions at Patchwerk Studios, starting in 2010 as an engineering intern, then a project coordinator, and currently administrative assistant. I'm not quite sure if Curtis even knows this story, but I was introduced to Patchwerk through Bob Whitfield. I had been in Atlanta for like 6 months. A close friend of mine, Drew Sedora, was frequently coming in town, trying to transition from acting to doing music. And, we were running around the city trying to make connects. I'm acting as her pseudo road manager, trying to meet producers and just get that whole thing going. And we were at Slice Pizza, which is currently La Fonda on Howell Mill Road. And Bob just randomly walks up and starts talking to us. Anyone that knows Bob knows he's, has that Shaquille O'Neal type personality, big guy, but very charismatic. I think he came up, said a 1 or 2 liner joke, and then, sparked the conversation. After that, we all got to talking what we do, And, he invites us to his studio. So we're like, okay, your studio. So I'm kind of hesitant, but, we get his contact, and probably about an hour later after we ate, he shoots us the address, and we come over to Patchwerk. So I just remember we're driving down that backside of Ethel, and I'm kind of like, man, where are we going? This is a little sketchy. But once we got to the end of the street, I'm like, oh, okay, this looks like a legit business. So, we get in, and man, I'm like, oh, this is a for real studio. Had plaques all over the wall from, Grammy awards, and I'm just like, okay, I'm starting to see what this guy might be for real. So we get in, and Bob just had, everything set up as far as like, he has open songs for us to listen to. He gives us a tour of the facility. He called a couple people. I remember he got Rob Watson on the line, who was with Jive Records, I believe, at the time. And Rob even came up to the studio and, was talking to us about, music that she could do and all this. And I'm like, oh, these people are for real. So, we left that meeting, and I'm just like, man, this is real Southern hospitality. This would never happen in Chicago. So I'm like, if I'm gonna get in the music industry, I'm gonna work with these people. So fast forward, I end up going to SAE Institute. Then after that, I landed an internship at Patchwerk. Shout out to D Brown, boy. D was on me. He was making sure I was not slacking. So I did that. And then, like I said, from there, the whole engineering thing didn't really work out for me. I wasn't really, as much as a gearhead as a lot of my fellow co-workers, are nice on that council. So I had a business background. So I spoke to Curtis about giving me the opportunity to work on the business side with him. As I said, he was moving. So, Curtis gave me the opportunity and made me his project coordinator. And when I tell you, this guy sent me a folder that had so many ideas and business ideas, I was like, man, okay, so I was just doing that for him and trying to make different streams of income come in for the studio. And that's, like I said, that's one thing I do love about Patchwerk, besides just being a family. Like, if you can come with the right mindset and you're willing to work hard, they'll give you a shot to try things. And like I said, Curtis, has a genius mind, man. This guy thinks of business at all times. So, I'm just privy to be a part of that. Fondest memories, I have a few I could name, with celebrities, anybody from Meeting Wyclef to, Gucci and Jeezy and all those. But one of the fondest memories for me is actually when Curtis had the idea to do a mobile studio, which is the infamous workstation, which he probably doesn't feel the same way about it. He and Mike probably don't feel the same way about it as I do. But, a lot of people talk about wanting to be entrepreneurs, but that running the workstation and getting that off the ground was like a crash course in entrepreneurship, but on somebody else's dime. So, man, everything from scouting locations, logistics, gear, the budget, marketing, scheduling, engineers to run it, trying to get clientele in there. I really got to see how much work goes into starting a business. And like I said, it definitely didn't last nowhere near 25 years like Patchwerk Studios. But I think we definitely touched some people, gave some people opportunity to get their feet wet with recording. A lot of people left comments and would just tell us how, like, they had never, even stepped into a studio. This was the closest they ever gotten. And we had different celebrities doing contests, and we still run a Type 32 contest at the studio that we had started at the workstation. So, that was a life lesson I'll carry with me forever, man. I really got to see what it takes to run a business successfully, and what it takes to run a business for 25 and 25 plus years. So, man, salute to Patchwerk Studios, salute to Bob, salute to Curtis, Mike, BJ, all the original OGs that were there, all the people who gave words of advice and just encouraged us, man, because this industry is not easy. You can get very frustrated, and they stood the test of time, man, through multiple decades. So just want to say salute to Patchwerk for 25 years, man. I wish nothing but the best. I'm still here going along with the ride, and I just wish you all the best, man. Happy anniversary. Salute.
Hello, my name's Lisa Carpenter, and wow, 25 years. I cannot believe it. When you asked me to do this tribute, I just didn't even know where to start, because there's so many memories that I have with Patchwerk, all the way from when it was a thought in your brain to actually existing. And the very first real memory that I have of Patchwerk, was when I came from Michigan State down here to Atlanta, Georgia, which is where I live now, for Freaknik. And OMG, how exciting to attend your very first Freaknik, and one of your close friends owns one of the most popular studios. It was just starting, but I mean, it was already popular. I mean, I think Jermaine Dupri and the Brat and Crisscross, a lot of people were frequenting the area. And so I just remember when Patchwerk was just a house down the street from the actual building today, and to be able to have an opportunity to watch that place grow into what it is today is phenomenal for me. From Freaknik to attending all the different events that you had. I mean, I've gone to outside parties, I've gone to studio parties, and then what about the celebrity listening parties? Like, that was wonderful. Just being able to have a VIP invitation to sit in a studio listening party. Hosting my own events at Patchwerk. I think I did a birthday party for my daughter that, it was top of the line. Patchwerk is just offers so many opportunities. But I just have so many memories. Like I say, being able to call Patchwerk at 2 and 3 in the morning when I was in my 20s and 30s and say, hey, I've been hanging out with my friends. We're probably going to the club or somewhere. And a couple of my friends were into music or poetry. And so, they wanted to get in the studio, 2 and 3 in the morning after you partied and had a good time, you want to get in the studio. So I'm like, I got the perfect place. Let me make a call. And, just being able to make that call and knowing that I can actually go in. I don't think I ever called Curtis or Toya or anybody, no matter what time of the day it was, 1 in the afternoon, 1 in the morning, and asked if, can I just pop up with my people? I don't think not one time did they tell me no. They always said yes. So I'm just grateful and excited about that. Just being able to share this company with so many people. I have a lot of friends in the music business, some aspiring to be musicians, some who are old schoolers, but I've always been able to take those people to Patchwerk and go on a tour. They always got the VIP treatment. So I'm just thankful for that, because I love to help and I love to share, and Patchwerk gave me an opportunity to do that. It gave me a chance to change lives. There are people who are still doing music today as a result of taking that tour at Patchwerk years ago. So I'm just glad that I was able to be a part of that. And then the things also that I remember is that Patchwerk has taught me a lot about technology and has always stayed abreast of the trends. Curtis, if you really know Curtis, he's always like 10 years ahead of everybody else with his old soul. And so I remember learning about PayPal. He started having these events and we used to just show up and pay. Then he's like, no, you got to go online and you got to pay on PayPal. Everybody's like, what? What's PayPal? How do you do it? So it would take us forever to get our tickets confirmed because we didn't know how to use PayPal. Then we started using Eventbrite. We hadn't heard of Eventbrite. And so Curtis was booking all his parties on Eventbrite. So in order for us to attend, we had to go on Eventbrite, and he would insist that we do it. And then we were used to getting invitations either when we would come up there or in the mail, and then all of a sudden we're getting these Evites. You know, we had never heard of Evites, but of course Curtis had. So we had to learn how to use Evites, and now the paperless posts. And so, you know, I've enjoyed just being in the environment just to keep abreast of technology and the trends, because believe me, they do. But I think the memory that stands out for me the absolute most for Patchwerk, because I am such a fan of music, all types of music, but I absolutely love hip hop, and I think it's because of the beat, because I love beats. And so my fondest memories are being able to go into the studio and turn the speakers, those big speakers in the big Studio 9000, turn those speakers all the way up and just hear that bass just vibrate my chest and just everywhere. Just, you know, I don't know where else I would have had an opportunity to do something like that. Patchwerk, I've even worked at Patchwerk a couple of times. Whenever I was in between jobs, I was always able to just go up to Patchwerk and get some sales and marketing with the crew, because that's what I like to do. So to be able to sit in Studio 9000 and do my work while listening to those big speakers, thank you. So anyway, I'm excited, but most of all, to the staff of Patchwerk, Toy and Oz, and everybody else, Mike, and especially you, Curtis, I am so proud of your accomplishments. You all have been a mentor, and you've been a perfect example of what it's like to be a professional in the music industry. You all are so much more than a sonically superior sound. You are a safe haven for entertainers in this tricky industry. You're a networking facility, and you are also a learning institution, because I've learned so much. So keep up the good work. Don't stop what you're doing, and I'm so looking forward to this next 25-year journey with you. It's probably going to be virtually or something. Curtis, I know you already are working on what's the new trend to take the studio to the next level. So I'm just excited to see. And again, happy 25th anniversary and congratulations.
Hey everybody, it's Mandy. I am the senior graphic designer here at Patchwerk Recording Studio. I'm born and raised from Virginia. I moved here 5 years ago, and as soon as I landed my feet in Atlanta soil, I came to Patchwerk, and so I've been here for 5 years. This is my 5th year anniversary this year, as well as the studio's 25th anniversary. So shout out to y'all. I really grew to love the facility, the staff, everything about Patchwerk. The ability to allow me to grow professionally, you know, starting as a marketing intern, moving up to admin, working the weekend front desk, now senior graphic designer. So, you know, I'm grateful. Also, my favorite memory here was I was pregnant, and, you know, I want to be a little honest. I had 2 pregnancies. One, I lost my child, but you know, the staff was completely supportive. I actually lost the child when I was on the clock, and Oz, and you know, he made sure I was good, that I could go to the hospital, which, I mean, why wouldn't he? But you know what I mean? Like, it was just smooth. You know, if I was working for some big corporate company, they're probably like, finish this stack of paperwork before you can leave. I don't know, but you know, highly supportive staff. But went through that, and then I was pregnant with my second pregnancy, and that's how I had my daughter Akira. I was on my way to a weekend workshop, going to, you know, help work the front desk and sign people in, and my water broke, of course, and I had called a doctor, and I was like, okay, what just happened? And so I ended up getting a call back right before I was going to get off the exit to get to Patchwerk for a weekend workshop. Ended up going to Emory and had my beautiful daughter. And you know, I came to work maybe a couple weeks after, but the whole staff was extremely supportive during that whole process. And that's one thing I truly love about Patchwerk, is the teamwork, the camaraderie, just, you know, the human side of everything. So happy 25th anniversary to y'all. Thank you. And for building many people up into successful business people. And yeah.
Happy 25th anniversary of Patchwerk. It's Anthony Jones here, aka Do, or DJ Do, as everybody calls me. I was born in Camp Pendleton, California. Lived in Wilmington, North Carolina my whole life. Grew up there. Started interning at Patchwerk 2016. Became a staff engineer 2017, and I'm still a tracking engineer there now. I live in Austell, which is right outside Atlanta. One of the things I appreciate about Patchwerk is the commercial experience, like learning how to basically be there and do everything that's needed, and without really having to be asked to do stuff, you just kind of gain those insights and those intuitions to just help the process, like enhance it and just like really inspire the artists. And those are the things that you kind of learn there on a commercial level. Is like amazing. Like it's hard to get that independently. So happy 25th anniversary Patchwerk. Hopefully we'll have plenty more.
What's going on? My name is Ronnie Land from Phoenix, Arizona. I currently live in Atlanta, Georgia. I'm a tracking engineer here at Patchwerk. What I appreciate most about Patchwerk is, for me personally, was the actual intern process, where you actually get to learn. You come up, take a couple classes, just to reiterate things that you learned in school. And there's actually a process to bring you on as an engineer versus just having you run around kind of just doing miscellaneous things for a long time. So I appreciate that. And the funny story I got to share is just being around in the studio. I've seen a lot of things and a lot of people. So one day I just came in the studio and the chief engineer, Mike Wilson, was in front of the SSL board. And I mean, he had the whole channel strip just pulled out and he was, fixing stuff. And then he went behind the patch band, just pulling wires and fixing stuff. So it's not funny to a lot of people, but it's funny to me just to come in and see $1 million board and, it's taken apart. I thought that was a crazy story, more so than funny, but and that's just one of many. So I appreciate Patchwerk. Happy birthday, 25th anniversary. Salute.
My name is Terry Montgomery. I'm from Louisiana. I currently stay in Decatur. I started in Patchwerk in 2012 as an intern and got hired on as one of the staff employees. One thing I appreciate about Patchwerk is it's a very family-oriented place, and a lot of the staff started off the same. They started off as interns and worked their way up, so it makes it more of a family-oriented place. One of my fondest memories is when I first started interning. We had 2 sessions, and I walk in the kitchen. Right when I walk in the kitchen, I look to my left. I see Gucci, and then another guy walk out the bathroom, and then it was Waka. Where I'm from, we don't see too many stars like that or celebrities like that. So when I saw that, I was like, yeah, I'm here. That's one of my fondest memories at Patchwerk.
Hello, my name is Simone, and I am from Atlanta, Georgia. I live here in Atlanta, Georgia, and I actually started interning here at Patchwerk back in fall 2017 in the media department. They had an internship program, and that's where I met Keyshawn and started working alongside him within the media department, focusing on photography, videography, any of those type of services, and that led me into actually getting paid by Patchwerk. And that is something that I really do appreciate from Patchwerk, because they actually treat you as a partner versus an employee. So I really do appreciate that type of characteristic of the studio. And I guess a funny story, well, I wouldn't say a funny story, I would say a fondest memory that I've had was when I received my Patchwerk jacket. And that was a special moment for me because I didn't even know I was about to get the jacket. Furthermore, it was the old school actual jacket with the orange letters. And that was a pretty cool moment for me that I'll never forget. Thanks, Kurt. And another fond memory actually just occurred with the release of the single Burn, which was executively produced by Curtis Daniel III. Congratulations. I was able to be a part of that process. Me, Keyshawn, Samandy, Corey, Vern, Kenny, like that was a dope experience just to be in that same room and to capture those moments and to put together the content for that promo run for that. That was a really cool experience. So I really appreciate that and being a part of that, Kurt. So thanks. And thank you for just being a platform for Atlanta and a platform for just exposing people to the information that they are seeking. You know, shout out to ID Music and the ID Music podcast and the workshops. That is just an educational platform for anybody, a free educational platform for the podcast, to be exact, for you to just go out there and listen and learn and share. So happy 25th anniversary, and I hope you can definitely just be around for another 25 years plus more. So thanks, Kurt and Mike and Bob and everybody that was part of the process of starting Patchwerk. Bye.
Hey guys, it's your girl Patricia Williams, also known as Pink Noise ATL. I'm originally from Brooklyn, New York. I currently live here in Atlanta, Georgia, home of Patchwerk Recording Studios. And I started at Patchwerk in September of 2017 as an intern, of course, and became a staff engineer sometime in 2018. And I've been there ever since. One of the things that I really appreciate the most about Patchwerk is the facility. I love Patchwerk Studios. Just all of the studio, all of the equipment, how well it's maintained. And shout out to Kurt and Mike for keeping that level of professionalism going for 25 years. Some of my fondest moments, or actually one of my fondest memories, would definitely have to be my very first night interning at Patchwerk. Oz hit me on the phone and was like, hey, you available? You want to come in and intern tonight? And I had just did my orientation, so I was nervous, scared, all of the above. And he's like, it's a Young Thug session. And I was just like, whoa, okay, cool, yeah, I'll come do it. And I got to the studio, I was nervous, and Oz walked me into the room, introduced me to everybody, introduced me to the artist and his team, and it just turned out to be one of my favorite sessions. It was a really nice session. Everyone was extremely nice to me, and it just affirmed why I love Thug as an artist, because he definitely was dope to me as a person. So anyway, that was one of my fondest memories at Patchwerk. And Patchwerk Recording Studios, congratulations on 25 years of excellence. And I definitely can't wait to see another 25 plus more years. Congratulations.
Hey everyone, my name is Devon Morris and I'm from Cleveland, Ohio. I currently stay in Ellenwood, Georgia, and I started working at Patchwerk in 2018 as an intern, and I just currently crossed over as an engineer in 2019. One of the things that I love about Patchwerk is their professionalism in the industry. It's definitely taught me to be a better entrepreneur in whole, and I also love all of my Patchwerk friends. Like, we have some dope people in the building, and just to be around them every day, to be able to talk to them, get advice, like from some of the dopest people, I really admire that, and I'm grateful for Patchwerk because it's truly helped me to be who I am today. So happy anniversary.
It's good, y'all. I go by Jay Wells. A lot of y'all know me in here as Jamal. It's cool, but I'm from Charlottesville, Virginia. Small town, man. We don't have opportunities like this. Let me just put that out there. That's not happening in Charlottesville. I've been in Atlanta for like the past 2 years, and I've been in Patchwerk close to 2 years now. So really, as soon as I came down to Atlanta, a couple months passed, and I ended up in Patchwerk, man. I came in here with one of my homies invited me in here, and I ran into Oz. I had a camera with me, you know. I had this camera right here. I had the same camera right here, you know? I was walking in, vlogging and stuff, but he asked me like, yo, you nice? You know, I'm like, yeah, I'm nice. You know, I don't really mess with the camera, but I do the graphic design, so I told him I do graphics, and yeah. And make a long story short, I ended up getting on the marketing team as a graphic designer. You know, Samandy, she sat me down for the interview. Me and Samandy, I seen she called me from a 757 number, and I was like, man, that's Virginia. What you doing with that? She like, man, you from Virginia? I'm like, yeah. She like, man, you hired. You in here. So, man, it's just been open arms ever since I've been in the building, man. Like, nobody ever made me feel uncomfortable. Like, it's felt like, this has felt like it was destined. Like, almost been here 2 years, man. So that just tells you how quick time flies when you're having a good time, man. I don't want to make this video too long, but I just want to shout out Kurt, shout out Mike. I appreciate y'all for giving me the opportunity to intern here. I interned for about 6 months, and then a front desk position opened up, and they gave me the opportunity to do that. So I've been doing front desk for about the past years. A lot of y'all probably hear me answer the phone, like, you know, thank you for calling Patchwerk Recording Studios. How can I help? But as far as one experience here, I can't pinpoint one, man. I could just say sitting down with Oz and just getting that energy every time you come in the building. You just super hyped and charged up, and you keeping everybody going. I'll remember that part the most, man. But it's too many amazing experiences. Sometimes, like, cause I don't record nothing. I don't take pictures with a bunch of artists or nothing like that. So sometimes you think back and it's like, damn, that did happen. Damn, I was in there with such and such. It's just crazy. But yeah, man, Patchwerk 25. Salute to every engineer in here, every engineer that ever came in the building, every record that came out of here, man. I look around at the plaques and I'm just like, wow. Yeah, I'm just grateful and honored to be a part of this history, man. And I hope we can go another 25. There's no hope to it, man. We are going another 25, man. Patchwerk, salute to everybody, man. It's love. Wills, I'm out.
I'm from Georgia, and my favorite memory is probably the Atlanta Hawks-Washington game. That was my first NBA game, provided by Mike Wilson and Curtis Daniels, the owners of Patchwerk Studios. So shout out to them, because I don't know when I would have gone.
What's going on, world? My name is Alan, also known as AWOL. Originally from Detroit, but I stay in the A now, where I'm currently a patchwork engineer and staff assistant. You know, just trying to make it big in the world. I just want to say big ups to Kurt and Mike and the whole gang on 25 years. That's a big deal, especially in the business they in. I just want to say with Patchwerk, I feel like the biggest thing with them is the opportunity that comes in and out the doors. You just never know what's going to happen. Like, as far as me, my whole internship is my best memory of my life, for real. Because it never felt like an internship. Like, KRS-One bought me Papados just out of the blue. I didn't see Zaytoven make beats right in front of me within 5-10 minutes. It's one thing to see it on IG, but when you're there, like, in the vibe, it's just totally different, and there's nothing that can replace those moments for me. Like, I'm learning from probably the greatest engineers in the world, really. You know what I'm saying? Like, Grammy nominated, plaque, all of that, you know what I'm saying? I'm learning from them directly, asking them questions, like, the opportunity to do that, the opportunity to go in the bigger rooms into 9000, to 1019, and to 995 and learn the room, do podcasts, record, you know, like, the opportunity is endless for me to learn, and that's why I love Patchwerk, man. I love being in them buildings. Salute to y'all, man.